Call Jed Studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
March Madness is over. Florida Gators are your national champions on the men's side of college hoops, winning the national championship for the first time in almost 20 years, beating Houston 65-63. Came down to the very end, was tied late in the game. Late go-ahead bucket by Florida gets the win. The Sabres are back in action tonight against the Carolina Hurricanes. Just 6 games to go in the regular season. We'll talk to Lindy Ruff a little bit later on this morning. Pre-game here on WGR starts at 6 with puck drop for Sabres and Hurricanes at 7 here on WGR. Montreal also playing tonight. Why that matters is even though the Sabres are almost mathematically eliminated, they're not officially eliminated yet. A win by Montreal or a Sabre loss will do that tonight. To football. A lot of draft rumor stuff going with 16 days until the NFL draft. Adam Schefter reporting yesterday that it is likely that Travis Hunter, more likely than not, will be Travis Hunter as the draft selection by Cleveland at number 2 overall, and also hinted that Cleveland might see him a little bit more as a wide receiver going into the NFL. In terms of the Bills, yesterday, one projected first-round corner that will reportedly meet with the team this week. Tom Pelissero reports East Carolina corner Siobhan Revelle will meet with the Bills, among other teams, this week. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
All I'm saying is, as a society, we missed an opportunity to have the upside-down logo represent that your franchise is in distress. Now those hats are cool, as opposed to, listen, I like this team, and I know things are pretty messed up right now. I'm not happy about it.
It's the new paper bag over your head. Show up to a game with a jersey where the Sabre logo is rotated 90 degrees. You just have one ready to go, so if you're mad at them that day when you wake up, like, they lost yesterday, I'm going to wear the upside-down hat.
Here's our billion-dollar idea, Joe. There's a little thing in the back, and you can undo it and rotate it around and put it back on to represent every day how you feel about the team that you're wearing the hat for.
Here, it's a billion-dollar idea.
We are. Shut down the stream. We're done. We're out of here. We're retiring on this idea now.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, so might as well start here. True story from the weekend. True story. We're out with some family in town. My wife's family from Ohio's in town, so a big, huge family gathering. We're out, local establishment. We're at Resurgence, where we're going to have our draft party on Thursday of the draft. So
round 1.
Yes, round 1 party. Went in there, got lay of the land, all that stuff. And my wife leaves the table and goes over to a table very close to ours and asks an individual, "Oh my goodness, where did you get that hat?" Mm-hmm. And I look, and it's an upside-down Buffalo hat. It's a guy with it just says Buffalo upside down. Mm-hmm. And she asks, because she wants to know, because she wants one.
Yeah. Oh, she wants one for herself.
Yes, she wants one.
Not to get for you.
No. And she comes back to the table, and my sister-in-law says to her, like, oh, yeah, all the college kids wear that. Like, upside down is very big among the youth.
Yep.
And here she is asking, where can I get the hat that says Buffalo upside down?
Yeah. It's got some staying power. It stayed trendy a little longer than I thought it would. Still go. Maybe it's here to stay forever.
It's a big win for you.
Yes, it is. Are you sure she's not just, pretending that she wants one because she's going to get one for, like, your birthday or something?
That's a good question. My immediate first thought is, you want to have some instant trivia that I've not thought out and I don't have the answer to, but it's a let's call it an eye-opener.
It's more of an instant question.
Yes, let's call it an eye-opener question on a Tuesday. What sports logo would you not know if it was upside down?
What sports logo would I not know if it was upside down?
Oregon Ducks is my first one.
Okay,
and always
sure,
cheating.
right.
But whatever. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What?
No, you're right. You can't do it with that logo. Like if you're an Oregon Ducks fan and you want an upside down hat, one logo off the table. You can't do anything with it.
What else would you not know it's upside down?
Boston Red Sox?
Boston Red Sox.
No, you would know.
The B would be facing the other way.
I've seen the Red Sox upside down logos. And I guess they almost cheat. I've seen them, and I think they also turn them in reverse.
That's what I'm going to say, because if you flip it, flip it up, you wouldn't switch sides.
It's mirrored while being flipped up.
Right.
Like I've seen Cincinnati Red hats, too, where the C is facing the other direction. So really it's more of like
it's a 180 flip
mirrored
vertically as opposed to a 180 flip horizontally. No, the flip is vertical.
Yeah.
Actually, it's both.
Right.
Oh, man.
If I were to show you upside down Red Sox hats, it's the B is
backwards.
It's backwards.
It's not upside down. It just looks backwards.
I've never thought of the fact that they really didn't turn it upside down, did they?
It just looks backwards.
Although I guess they have on the Red Sox logo, they have the little what'd you call it? The lines at the edge of the
swooping.
The B. Yeah, maybe those look like they're upside down. I don't know. The letters, I feel like you got to turn backwards, too. A lot of them could be the same.
Right.
I was trying to think of like a logo that would be like the Colts logo you would know.
Yeah, but it would still be Colts.
It would still be It
would just be a horseshoe. But yeah, it wouldn't look like it's having a problem. Well, someone pointing out in the chat, the standing buffalo upside down looks like a dead buffalo. Oh. It's just legs up, right?
Yeah, I guess. Right, so you wouldn't want to do that.
Who else is a good one or a bad one upside down in the NFL? The
Falcons might be pretty bad.
The Falcons looks like an L.
Yeah, you can't do that. Down.
Anyway, all right, there's your instant trivia on that.
The Cowboys.
Kind of. The point would be on the bottom.
Right. Yeah, it would be an upside down star, but of the logos, that one might look the most...
Just like
the least ridiculous if it were to be turned upside down. Maybe the Chargers logo, too. I'm looking right now.
Right.
Just the curve of the lightning bolt would be a little bit different. Because most, like, you turn the Niners logo upside down, everyone knows immediately, like, oh, it's because the S and the F are in the middle of it.
Right.
So you know that's, like, immediately, your mind doesn't have to figure anything out. That's upside down.
Right.
Washington would be an M.
I think the letter ones we're finding... Yeah,
you don't want a letter one.
And if you did one of the ones like Washington where it flips into an M, you probably wouldn't do it because people would just think it's some sort of team with an M.
Right.
It wouldn't be a clearly upside-down logo. Welcome to Tuesday.
I really want to find one that's like really good for this, though. You turn it upside down, that could still be their logo. The Carolina Hurricanes.
Right.
Tonight.
There you go. Hurricanes. That's a great answer.
You turn that logo upside down and it'd be the exact... You could just run with it. You'd be fine. You can wear it on the jersey if you want.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot. The letter ones are, flip them vertically, and it ends up looking like you flipped it horizontally. Like I'm thinking about the Chicago Bears here.
Sure.
If you just flip that just up and down, that's the same. You'd have to actually flip the other way. We got a call on this. Let's go. Ricky in Toronto. Hey, Ricky, good morning. It's a little eye-opener for you today.
Morning, boys. How you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Good.
Sure.
I'm trying to say the Montreal Canadiens. If you flip that, shouldn't it be the same logo?
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
Yes.
That's the only one I could have thought of while you guys were talking. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Ricky.
This would be like the Red Sox, I think,
Same
where
thing,
if you really want the effect of it looking like an upside-down hat, you also have to mirror it.
Right.
To go the other direction. Like the C has got to be facing left. The opening of the C has to be facing left, not the right.
Yep. Well, anyway.
And I'm looking in the NBA right now. I don't see anything in the NBA that would work for this.
My favorite...
Every NBA logo's got lettering in it.
My favorite NBA logo trivia question is name all the logos that have a basketball in them. That's my favorite one.
We'll be sitting here all
There's a lot.
day.
I think it's 12. It's a lot. There's a lot of basketballs in logos.
Yeah, Pistons, Magic, Cavs, Nets, Suns. Are they the only sport that does that?
That puts the...
How many footballs are in NFL logos?
Not a lot of footballs.
How many pucks are in hockey? Maybe a couple?
Not a lot of pucks.
Are the Bruins a puck?
The Avalanche have one going down, like an avalanche of pucks. Not many. But the NBA loves to put a basketball in the logo.
I think I want to tell you there isn't a single NFL logo that's got a football in it.
There's a couple baseball ones that have a baseball. The Jets has a football. Okay.
Like it is a football,
right.
Isn't it?
Sure.
The shape of the thing. But that looks like to me that's pretty much it. Yeah, NBA, all basketballs.
Well, hello. Good morning. Today on the show, Lindy Ruff coming up at 8 o'clock and Jeff Phelps at 8:30. We're going to talk about the Browns and their draft plans. Travis Hunter, I guess all the chatter is Travis Hunter could move up to number 2, go number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a big take on if he should be a receiver or a corner or both or what that means? And I want to ask you that as the first part. And the second part I want to ask is, what do you do with him in fantasy?
That's part of that's more guessing what you think a team will do with him right now. And I don't think you have a good idea.
Well, let me give you historical context on him being drafted number 2. If Travis Hunter goes number 2, he would be the highest receiver since Calvin Johnson, and he'd be the highest.
Really?
Yes, and he'd be the highest corner ever.
Yeah,
ever
at number 2.
At number 2, it's never happened before.
There hasn't been a receiver that's gone top 2 since Calvin Johnson?
They've gone 3. Marvin Harrison Jr. went 3, right?
Yeah,
Calvin Johnson went 2. Nobody's gone 2 since then.
Wow, okay.
Jeremiah Smith might go 1 when it's his
Harrison
time.
went 4.
Okay, 4.
But you're right, yeah.
And Larry Fitzgerald went 3.
Mm-hmm.
So there's guys that have gone, of course, near the top. But doesn't that mean the Browns are going to play him at receiver? You don't just take a guy to play corner 2 overall. The position is valuable. Yeah. It's not that valuable.
But the historical context also tells you don't just draft a receiver at number 2.
But it has happened. Guys have gone number 1. Guys have gone number 2. It's been a little while since it's happened. But, ever.
Ever at corner.
Yep.
Never happened. I think it could be a sign that they plan on playing him at both, right? Like that you only get to, this corner is worth drafting number 2 overall because he's also a wide receiver. And this wide receiver is worth drafting at number 2 because, he's also a corner. But it will come down to how much you're willing to play him at both. So, okay, that is interesting that if they were to play him at receiver and see him more as a receiver, I think that's the more valuable position.
Me too.
And I think most would agree that it is. I mean, that draft history right there tells you that, the corner position never goes that high. And that's a pretty important position. Mm-hmm. It's not running back, but receiver goes that high once in a while, and you have these guys that go 4th, like Marvin Harrison Jr., go top 5. So it's offense versus defense. And to me, if I were drafting him, I would be I would want to play him at receiver as much as I could. I think when I began this, I wanted to see him play corner full-time, wide receiver some of the time, because that felt like the most likely path to getting him to play both. Because I think that'd be cool. I think it'd be cool to have a guy in the league. I've never seen it. It's never really happened. A guy that is capable of being near the top of the sport at 2 positions at the same time. And I think that's the most likely path for him to do that, is a full-time corner that is on the field, 50%, 40% of the time on offense. Maybe what Amari Cooper's snap count was for the Bills last year. If I were drafting him, if he were on my team, I want him to play receiver.
Full-time.
I want to play receiver full-time. I'm not saying he can never play corner, but that's going to be much more sparingly on that side of the ball than it's going to be for me on offense. Because if he is going to show up and be some version of like Jamar Chase, how am I keeping him off the field on offense?
Right. I agree. I think if he doesn't play receiver, it's a loss for the league. He is incredible at playing receiver. He shows elite traits. And if he were just a receiver and played just receiver at Colorado, he'd probably be the top receiver in this draft. I think he already is.
I see that from most people. Yeah, he would be the top receiver.
I think he already is. Elite traits at that position. The potential track to be a true number 1. Maybe not quite Jamar Chase, but whatever. Mm-hmm. Chase went 5th, by the way.
Right, okay. Top 5.
2 guys went 2nd, Calvin Johnson and Charles Rogers. Guys that went 3rd, or more than that, just 2. I'm looking like a little window here. There's a window in the early 2000s where a lot of receivers went early. So between 2000 and 2023, you've got 2 that went 2nd, 3 that went 3rd, 4 that went 4th, 3 that went 5th, 2 that went 6th, and then a bunch go 7th. 7th's kind of where it really opens up.
You did have 2 corners, 2022, 3rd and 4th. Derek Stingley and Sauce Gardner.
And they're both lived up to it.
2 guys in the top 5. They've both been awesome. You've had Jeff Okuda in 2020, went 3rd overall. So it does happen, I guess, once in a while where they'll get a top 5 corner as well. But especially the type of receiver he sounds like he is he's going to play. He can play all over the place. He's got the quick twitch. He can go up in the air and make the catch. He's great yards after catch. So, yeah, I would want him to play offense full time. If he were, it's not going to happen, sadly, because it would be it would be a great conversation week to week, right? How much is he going to play this week at this position? If he were on the Bills, it would be tough. Right, like if he were if somehow, some way, maybe he was just a little lesser of a prospect, and the Bills could trade up to get him with their current roster. I mean, it would be a war from the moment he was drafted until day 1 of the season.
Listen, you think the wide receiver training is obnoxious? Wait till we're trying to convince the Bills to play a guy on the team at receiver.
Right. When he also plays the position that's their biggest need.
It's not even, you got to go get that guy. It's, he's there. He's right. He's ready. Play him.
Just put him out there. He's on the field talking to their defensive coordinator. The other thing that I think will help him get drafted this high, I don't know if this has been brought up, mostly because top of the draft, you don't have a ton of risk in the first place. You are kind of minimizing risk when he plays 2 positions. Because if for some reason, again, not that this is likely, for some reason, the Browns say, all right, we're going to put him a receiver full time. And he starts doing it, and halfway through the year, or maybe a year into his career, it's like, okay, this is not going nearly as good as we thought it would. I don't know why, just he's not as good at receiver as we thought. You also have the option of someday pulling the chute and saying, okay, put him over a corner. You're kind of minimizing your risk a little bit. It's harder for him to be a bust when, if he is a bust at one position, you could just pull the card of, all right, we're just going to throw him on the other one. See if he's great there. You have 2 opportunities for him to not be a bust before you would ever have to, make a
normally
decision.
We call that being an offensive lineman, where you drafted at tackle, like that's not working. Put him at guard, he'll play for 10 years.
That's right.
Like, here's a big dude, you're going to have a career. So even if you bust, you can still stay.
If he were here, though, it would be. It is a little sad that it's impossible. Just he's so far away because I envy whoever is going to get to talk about him every day, every week. I mean, if Cleveland drafts him and they're going in to play the Steelers, how much of the debate throughout the week is, how much should he play receiver this week? Or, guys, look, Pittsburgh, look what they are defensively. It would be such content gold, I think, having him throughout an entire year, if he is going to play both.
803-0550. Talking about Travis Hunter, there's a lot of reports out there, rumblings, it might be just jockeying for position, but whatever, that Hunter could go number 2. And then the fantasy side of it, Joe, all right, anybody out there that's in a dynasty rookie draft, you've got one coming up, maybe rookies and free agents, Ashton Ginty's going to go number 1. That's without a doubt, like, lock it in. He's your number 1 pick. Almost, it doesn't even matter where he goes, because he's likely the only first-round running back. I don't know that any other running back sits in the first round. It's possible.
I've seen some smoke about Omarion Hampton.
Okay.
Like climbing.
Well, that's the question. Who goes 1.2 in a dynasty league? Is it Travis Hunter? Is it Hampton? Is it Trevion Henderson? You could go the tight end if you want. People seem to think Tyler Warren. Those might be more landing spot-based. Hunter... It'll feel like if you have a second or third pick in Dynasty and you spend it on Travis Hunter, your upside is huge. It will feel a little bit like, I hope they don't play him too much at corner.
That's why I don't think I have a league where I'll be in that spot this year. I would be very nervous to pick him, right? Because, I don't know, it would be tough because your upside is tremendous if you pick him, and he's just a receiver, and he's elite. But, man, your downside of, if the team that picks him says, we're going to put... Your good news for most dynasty leagues is your draft is going to happen after the draft, right? So, I would think you're going to get some clarity on what he is going to do Maybe. I don't know. What will a team do with him after they draft him? Are they just going to announce their plans for him at a position, or is it going to be like everything else in football, which is it's nuclear codes, and we're not telling the Bills don't let you know who plays what in training camp? Will that be other teams?
That's right.
I'm not telling you what he's playing.
I guess it depends on the GM. If Bean got him, what would he say? Wouldn't he say? I mean, listen, we're definitely going to see him as a receiver. We like what he does out there. He brings a big skill set. We'll figure it out. We'll get him in here. Listen, they drafted Kincaid and said, we got to get him in here and see what he can do. Mm-hmm. So my guess is if it depends on the GM. What's Andrew Berry of the Browns going to say? Super talented. Let's get him in here, see what he can do. But we anticipate using him for everything we possibly can. That's probably the most political answer.
That's right. And if that's the answer, and I'm lining up to draft at 102 in a rookie draft, I'm going to feel like the risk of him being a corner more than it is a receiver is still very live.
Yeah.
And if I've got it, you're right. It's going to depend. If Hampton, the running back from North Carolina, goes to a great landing spot, like he gets drafted by the Cowboys in the middle of the first round, it's going to be hard to take on the risk of Hunter. If I've got another, like a rookie, if I got another rookie running back that went in the first round and found his way to a really good landing spot, I don't think there's another receiver though that I would do it for. Like if McMillan went to a dream spot in the first round, I think maybe I could get to doing him over Hunter. But if Hunter it isn't known what he's going to do full time by the time I'm making a draft pick in fantasy, I want to see something else. I want to see something else that I could take. That would be my approach. And I might be passing on a guy that could become like one of the best receivers in football. Although he would be doing it on a team in Cleveland that doesn't really have a quarterback right now.
That's right. Maybe they go for Jackson Dart in the second.
Is their plan to, because they're having a visit with Shedeur Sanders this week, I think I saw too. Is their dream idea that Sanders falls and they trade back into the first round?
They're going to do what Houston did last year, which is to go like 2 and 3.
They're going to draft.
Or 2 years ago, 2 and 3.
I don't have them going that high. It depends.
But that's right. Houston got way up there. Would the Browns give up a future first, go Hunter with 2, and trade back up to like 11 if Sanders gets there?
That's where it's going to be dependent where he falls. I've seen Lance Zierlein of NFL.com. I think his last 3 mock drafts, this is just one guy, has had Sanders going in the 20s all 3 times. So it'd have to maybe be a fall like that, where I don't think he's going to the draft, is he, Sanders? But he's sitting there as it's Brady Quinn 2.0, and he's falling into the 20s, and Cleveland gets to trade back up from their second pick in round 2.
I think they would do that.
They get both Colorado guys.
I think they would definitely do that. Did you see what Sanders tweeted yesterday?
No.
Shedeur Sanders?
No.
He's let me find it, because maybe we are removed from it because we are not talking quarterback all the time. So that's definitely context. Mm-hmm. But he tweeted something to the effect of, every day is a day to hate the Sanders family. Like, he's getting so much hate. And I don't think there's any story more overblown about the draft than people hating Shedeur Sanders because he's like Deion's son. I can't think of a story that's ever been more overblown in my life. Mm-hmm. Is there daily hate for this guy, so much so that he feels like he's some sort of victim? All right, maybe if you're in one of the quarterback markets, you're getting more. This is a little bit like, well, whatever. Every quarterback gets picked apart. They all do. Mm-hmm. When you get drafted, you get shredded. Go back to the year that Josh was drafted. People shredded Josh. People shredded Rosen. People shredded Lamar. They shredded Baker. They all got that treatment. You are trying to come into the NFL and play the most important position, and that's a tough ask. And I just don't believe Shedeur Sanders is getting extra hate, finger quotes, because of his family name. I don't buy it for a second. Mm-hmm. I think the opposite remains true. I'll see an ESPN segment today, someone saying, we got to lay off this kid. Are you going to do that for the other guys? Mm-hmm. I don't think so. That rant over. He's tweeting about, whatever. Yeah. It's the athlete victim mindset. Everyone's against me. I know. Everybody does that all the time. It's standard. He
probably can find it if he's looking for it.
Everybody can.
Yeah.
It's the same as you found somebody that predicted the Bills to go 4-13 last year. People didn't actually think that was going to be an outcome, but Craig Carton said it or something.
Yeah. It's good. It's if he wants to find it, he'll find it. To my eyes, it is more analysis of his game that gets the criticism. That it's more about, I don't know about his arm strength. I don't know about his athleticism. Like there's been debate about what kind of athlete he is, because he has been a pocket passer at times, but there are these clips on film of like, okay, he can move a little bit when he gets out in open space, but how come he does that when he's off and running, but he's not doing that as much when he's behind the line of scrimmage? It's just, I don't know. He's not the easiest player to analyze.
I've seen two things on him in the last week. One, it's popping in my head as a criticism, that he pats the ball. He pats the ball before he throws it, and then I've seen, as a result of that, everybody pointing out how many other quarterbacks pat the ball. Like a long montage of Tom Brady patting the ball before he throws it. It's totally fine. It's not an actual problem if you pat the ball. Guys do it all the time. It's not a problem. So there's that. And the other thing about Shedeur Sanders that's interesting is everything you mentioned about athletic, limitations, he might not be the best athlete, is he's the most accurate passer. In terms of just delivering the ball where it's supposed to go, that's his strength. So, whatever. We'll see where this all goes. We got a Browns guest coming up at 8:30, Jeff Phelps, to talk about a couple of these options for the Browns. That seems to be where the draft turns. And if the Browns go Hunter 2, do the Patriots go Abdul Carter 3? Probably. And now you're on to the 4th pick, and things would get interesting. You might see some moves.
You mean the Giants at 3?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Giants at 3, Patriots at 4. I don't think the Giants go Abdul Carter, do they?
They're visiting with him this week.
They need They need a quarterback, and they've got to take a shot.
Yeah, but he'd be the best player available.
For sure. 803-0550. When we get back, I tweeted out a question about the Bills draft this year, and it's something we have not talked about. They have a first, they have 2 seconds, a fourth, a bunch of fifths, they have 10 picks. They don't have a third. And the question I want to ask is, what if they did? Because what if they did not make the Cooper trade? Mm-hmm. How does the season go if they never trade for Amari Cooper? I don't know how often we've thought about that.
No.
But think about it for a second, because that's the reason they don't have a third. And I think there's a couple different ways to go with this. I think it'll be interesting. So give us a ring, 803-0550. What happens if they never make the Cooper trade? How does the season go differently? I'm not saying would you do it again. Just what do you think would have happened? So we'll get some responses to that on Twitter, in the chat, on the lines, 803-0550 on WGR.
The Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Florida wins the national championship on the men's side for college basketball in the first time for almost 20 years for the Gators. They beat Houston by 2. They were down 12 at one point, came all the way back, got a late bucket, and a defensive stop at the end to win. The Sabres are back in action tonight against the Carolina Hurricanes. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll talk to Lindy Ruff a little bit later on. Sabres looking to win again. That would be a 5-game winning streak if they can get the win. They could also be mathematically eliminated tonight if they lose or if Montreal wins. The Canadians are also in action at 7. To football. Draft news from Adam Schefter. He reports that it is more than likely that the Browns will take Travis Hunter with the 2nd overall pick in the NFL draft, and implies that they see him more as a receiver at this point in time. The Bills, meanwhile, have their visits that are ongoing as well, including at cornerback. The Bills are having a visit with Siobhan Revell, a projected first-round corner from East Carolina this week, that according to Tom Pelissero. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealer.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
National championship is in the balance. 13 seconds left. Florida leads it by 2. Uzan gonna go. Uzan, give it up. Cryer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, short. He won't. He can't touch it. He can't. 1 second, and it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world. Championship madness. It's a great day to be a Gator. They win the national title.
You know, you've played a lot of college football. 25. Go Gators! Da, da, na, 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 na. Go Gators!
Are you playing as Florida?
Not in 2025. I mean, I played plenty with Florida, you know, in the original installment of the game.
When they were actually like, good at football.
Yeah, because back whatever year when they had the stadium pulse, the Swamp was, in certain years, was number 1. You just go play there. It'd be impossible to play on the road in the Swamp. So, yeah. The Gators win. Houston, woof. Man,
tough one.
College basketball, Duke and Houston are the Spider-Man meme looking at each other right now. Like, how bad was your last couple possessions? Houston basically turned it over their last 4 possessions, and every kid dreams about a shot to win the national championship. Did anybody in their dreams not get the shot off? That's
not even
close.
Yeah,
not get a shot off. Houston does not get a shot off, and a tough one for the Cougars.
I guess he wasn't allowed to dribble after he
jumped in the air and threw it on the ground with 2 hands because he was blocked.
I wonder if was he blocked? That was one of these things that's different between college and the pros, because what I come to know about the NBA is if you go up without dribbling, you're in the air, and you want to change your mind, you can dribble after the fact. I don't know. That might be one of those things, though, that's different in college. Like how you can't Euro step in college, but you can in the NBA. Like, there are differences.
Tough one for Houston.
Yeah.
Florida wins. Tournament's over, and we're on to Masters Week now. The Masters starting Thursday. We'll talk with Brian Cozio both Thursday and Friday morning heading into Augusta, which should be a ton of fun. 803-0550. All right, so I tweeted out a question, and I don't think there is a right answer. You're just trying to guess.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if the Bills never make the Cooper trade? The Amari Cooper trade?
So, if they don't make the Cooper trade,
what happens to the season? Yeah. Brandon Beane liked to point out when Cooper was in the lineup, they averaged a touchdown more, 7 points more when he's in the lineup. His value was
largely...
It was there. There was value. There's not production, but there was value.
Right, it was perceived value, right? That he came in and he drew attention away from others, and he gave them a real... he gave other defenses something to respect on the outside and down the field. Like, that is the idea, I think, of his value if you're not showing me numbers. And I don't know, isn't there a good amount of evidence that maybe that didn't happen?
I do think there's a lot of evidence it didn't happen. If that were true, he would have played more.
And it also would have, we've pointed out, the numbers show that the Bills did not see too high safeties almost at all last year. So that's at least the downfield element. Like, teams weren't changing what they did, respecting the Bills down the field with him there.
No, he gave them credibility, but I don't think he scared teams, really. The trade happens, a couple weeks go by, and he also battles a little bit of an injury. You want to say it's because of chemistry, whatever. I'm not saying they shouldn't have made the deal. It was necessary. I think they needed to.
And what games would they have lost had they not? There were a couple of games where he did make an impact. His first game, right? He goes 4 for 66 and a touchdown against Tennessee. First play of the game in that one, down the sideline, and nice route on the touchdown, the one where Coleman told him where to go before the snap. Remember that play?
He had a big catch in the Chiefs game.
He had a couple, 2 for 55.
Yeah,
including one down the sideline early that was important. I think there's an important one late that was down the field also.
Yep.
So, right, they might not win that regular season Chief game without him, but do I even care? I mean, it was a great day. It was a great day at the stadium.
It was.
But I feel like half of Bills fans right now might believe they would have won the playoff game for some reason if they had lost the regular season game.
Yeah.
And then he was incredible against the Rams. They lost that game. So, I don't know. I don't know that a lot would have necessarily been different. I guess if I really, part of the question could be, would they have done something else instead of Cooper had they not traded for Cooper?
What else was there to do?
Right, exactly. If you're not getting Devontae Adams, which that ship had already sailed.
Should they have traded for a defensive tackle that they could have rented for a couple of months?
Okay, I guess you could have done that too. I was thinking about if there was another receiver they would have pivoted to.
Yeah, I don't know.
He was the pivot.
He was.
Right?
Yep.
We think he was the pivot from Devontae Adams.
Which it's worth pointing out, as many times as the Bills might say I think we're pretty comfortable with what we've got right now. They were comfortable going into the season, then, a month in, decided they needed something in Cooper. There's also, of course, the point of it where when they trade for him, we think, hey, he's not that old, and he's shown to still be able to play, so yes, they can borrow him, and then if they want to extend him for a year or two, they can do that. That has not happened.
No, he's still available.
He's still a free agent, and consider that for a moment, because I was listening to Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast, who we will talk to tomorrow. He kind of said he is of the belief that when Brandon Beane says, I don't think we have a hole there, that Beane might feel pretty good with his group. And I think you could get there. It is worth pointing out, he says that without Cooper. We don't. You lost Hollins and Cooper, and you brought in Palmer, and you think, we're fine. We don't have a hole. So, I don't know if that's... There's a little bit of Josh Palmer. Does he become Cooper's role or is he Mac Hollins' role? And that might be kind of hard to split exactly which one it is. But Cooper is just a free agent on the market that you traded a third-round pick for. And when you traded for him, you probably thought, if this goes well, we'll keep the relationship going. He's out on the street, and you say you don't have a hole. Mm-hmm. It's some between-the-line stuff. Remember how he was perfect because he was so quiet and accepted his role, and he rediscovered his joy of football playing here. That's something else he said. He experienced joy. All these things that went right for Cooper and the fit, not production, and the Bills are just I don't think we have a hole.
Yeah, I think it's more about wanting to maybe improve from him or do something different. It could be about money. It could be about money. I mean, Diggs found his money.
He did.
He found a team that was desperate enough to do it. And is that what is Cooper? Remember how long DeAndre Hopkins was on the market? Was that last year or the year before? He was on the market for months
until he signed with the
Titans. Yeah, right. I think I'm remembering right.
Chiefs. He signed with. Then the Chiefs traded for him. That's right.
No, so I'm thinking about the Tennessee. He was on the market for a while before he ends up landing. Is Cooper playing the?
Hopkins signed on July 24th.
Okay.
With the Titans. That's 2 years before. Yeah, 2023.
Yes. So that's 4 months he was on the market before he signed, and he ended up getting a fine contract for a veteran receiver of his age. So This would almost be an implication, though, that the Bills would be open to bringing him back at a super cheap price, and I don't know that I agree with that. It would be more, though, if they even were, it'd be go see if you can find anything. And if Cooper's camp is thinking, Diggs just got all this money, he just got a torn ACL, and hey, if you're Cooper's camp, I know what my sales pitch would be. My sales pitch would be, last year, I got traded, new offense, I got hurt. It was an up and down season. I had to play with Deshaun Watson for half a year. I know it didn't go well. The year before, I had 1,200 yards. The year before, I was still a number one receiver in the NFL. So I'm not asking you to pay me like a number one receiver in the NFL. I'm asking you to pay me like a good number 3 receiver in the NFL.
Which is what? Which is how much? $10 million?
Sure. And I think what he's probably finding is teams are too smart for that right now.
Maybe.
But can he find a dumb one? Can he find, or a desperate one? Someone that doesn't get what they want in the draft and pivots and circles back around and says, okay, we wanted to do something at receiver, so, okay, I guess Amari Cooper's sitting over there. We could take the shot and, we'll take the risk that he's right, that it was more about the injury and getting traded and with Deshaun Watson and less about, oh, yeah, he's just totally shot.
As you lay that all out, am I going to hear Brandon Beane say that in mid-May?
If they sign him?
If they don't get what they want in the draft, they circle back to Cooper. It's the same room, except Josh Palmer's in for Mac Hollins.
100%. It's 100% the defense. It's 100%. At any team that's going to sign him, those are going to be the 3 excuses that get made for his season. And they're not totally unfounded. But I think that probably does play into it. That he did get hurt. He was on a new offense. He had a bad quarterback for the first half of the year, if you want to look at the Cleveland numbers. But there's more than enough, I think, that shows he's a declining player. At the least, he's a declining player. Maybe you don't think he's totally inept anymore. He did make plays for the Bills last year, despite being pretty incapable of getting open. That was maybe the most impressive thing for me, was he was coming to Buffalo with the idea that this guy's going to be your best route runner when he steps on the field, and he's going to be able to get open like nobody else they have can on the outside. He showed up and could not do it, but he still made some plays. Right? Like the touchdown he catches against the Jets where he's flying over the corner and somehow lands in bounds and gets he made some plays, but not enough that is warranting him being what he used to be.
8030550. Interesting little experiment to just take a part of if you want. What happens if the Bills didn't have Cooper last year? They traded a 3rd. They also got a 6th back, so they didn't lose a pick. It was a pick slide, which I think pick slides make a lot of sense in these deals.
Yeah, you got me thinking about him coming back if they don't get a receiver in the draft, too. If it doesn't fall right for him.
Yeah.
What else? If they circle back around to somebody, add one more body. Bean talked after the season like he thought, he actually referenced a lot of these excuses that I just laid out for him.
Right. 8030550 to join us, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, it's
Augusta week.
It's Masters week, and it rained yesterday. Today it looks like it should be good. Friday could get some rain, so we'll be dodging raindrops throughout at Augusta.
Can't wait for Thursday morning to watch Mike Weir tee off at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Vijay Singh is not playing this year. He is pulled out due to injury. All right, coming up, 7:30, VP of Stadium Development John Pulka joins us to talk about the topping up ceremony on the steel on the stadium and also the next phases. So if you want your stadium update, stay tuned. That's at 7:30, 8 o'clock, Lindy Ruff. 8:30, the Browns and the draft's first turn at number 2. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR.
Join us in the fight against cancer. Ride with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 28th. I'll be taking part 2. Once you join our team, you will receive an email to pick up your team t-shirt, water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. If you're not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team, helping us reach our goal by visiting WGR550.com for details.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Hello, everyone. Cold today.
Really cold today.
Did you see snow? Did you get snow?
I saw a little bit blowing around when I got up this morning, but
we got snow yesterday afternoon.
Dusting.
Yeah, it was not nice to see.
It went from really nice to snowing quickly, or snowish.
Mm-hmm.
Less than ideal. Geno Smith is eager to spend time with and learn from Raiders minority owner Tom Brady in one of the most predictable stories of the NFL this year.
And it's just something you say. Learn from it. Maybe. How old's Geno Smith? 35?
He's up there.
36? So,
he's
okay.
34.
34. Sure. So it's what you have to say when Tom Brady's your owner, I think, and you're the quarterback.
That's probably right.
Is that you got to learn from. What if he had said the opposite? Like, I don't know. I'm not really planning on talking to him much. That would be the story, too, then, if he had said that.
Right. Yeah, I'm good.
That's not going to work there, right?
I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be the best Raider team they've had in...
Yeah, that's aren't they going to be... Isn't their ceiling what they were for years with Derek Carr? Which is like, they might squeak into the playoffs, but...
Derek Carr only appeared in the playoffs one time. One of those is because he got hurt.
Right. There was another one. They were really good, right?
Yeah.
Like 3-loss season where he got hurt right at the end.
I would say the Raiders, and they made the playoffs in 2021, 6-11, 8-9, 4-13. I think they'll just be
average. They're going to be an average football team.
Put it this way.
At best.
That division, the West, I mean, who knows if we will ever actually see anybody attack the Chiefs or challenge the Chiefs. The Bills and Chiefs, for the last couple of years, have really had it made. They're good, and their division is dog breath, right? Like,
but
terrible.
The Bills have had to fight for their division a couple times. Have the Chiefs?
No, the Chiefs have never had to.
The Bills twice have had Decembers where they had to do it.
That's right.
They had to make up ground to win their division. Once against New England, once against Miami.
There was a year we thought the West was really going to challenge the Chiefs. And right now, who's the worst team? Is it the Raiders with Geno Smith and Pete Carroll? That's a pretty good worst team.
It's better than the East.
I've got Denver who made the playoffs, the Chargers who made the playoffs.
And the Raiders they're at least better.
Yeah. You wonder if the West, the AFC West, could look like the AFC North normally looks, where two of these teams have a good look at it, and the third team could get scrappy in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they'll be okay, but the division's tough for them. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Good Tuesday morning, chilly out there. Forecast, of course, for the week is for it to be cold. It's kind of a wintry kind of week. High of 32 today, 38 tomorrow, 43. And then we're on the upswing to the 50s into Sunday and Monday. So, yeah, little cold spell on the way here. VP of Stadium Development John Pulka coming up at 7:30 to chat with us about the topping up ceremony at the new Highmark and the next couple phases, what they're doing. We'll get an update on our grass, how it's been growing, I guess.
Yeah.
That's one of the questions I've got. And some draft talk when we get back as well on the most likely outcome for the Bills. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR.
Bills rookie running back here on the West Her Hotline.
The Coach's Call, the West Her Hotline.
Sean McDermott, head coach of the Bills, joins us on the West Her Hotline.
The Insiders Call, the West Her Hotline.
Happy to welcome our man, Ross Tucker. Al Michaels with us, pleased as always to be joined by Eric Wood.
On the West Her Hotline is Buffalo Bills General Manager Brandon Beane.
When the players call, when the coaches call, when the insiders call, the West Her Hotline. Brought to you by the West Her Automotive Group. Welcome to West Her, New York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Florida Gators back on top for college basketball, 65-63 over Houston in the national championship. It's Florida's first national championship on the men's side in almost 20 years. Houston loses their third ever title game. First two were in the 80s. It was a 12-point comeback for Florida. Houston had a big lead, and you had three comebacks in the Final Four and national championship at the end of this tourney. To hockey, the Sabres are back in action tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop against the Carolina Hurricanes. We will have pregame here on WGR starting at 6 o'clock. Sabres, who have been dominant at home as of late, returning to KeyBank Center before going back on the road. To football, 16 days away from the NFL draft. Adam Schefter reports that it's more than likely that Travis Hunter will be the pick for Cleveland at number 2 overall. It implied that Cleveland sees him a little bit more as a wide receiver at this point. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports that East Carolina corner Siobhan Revelle will meet with the Bills this week. Revelle projected often in the mid to late first round, sometimes into the early second round. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership.
Alex Ovetkin has been more durable than LeBron James over his career. Go look at the numbers. Based on the simple fact of the sport that he's playing, we can't compare these two. I don't see the comparison. We're playing football on ice.
You never do.
Games.
No, you never do, PK.
Hold on, 82 games. Alex Ovetkin, 82 games, is getting hit, dishing out hits. LeBron's not taking those hits. He's not taking the same abuse guy.
ESPN yesterday gave Alex Ovetkin its highest honor possible, which is making a conversation about him, about LeBron. You just that you can't get higher than that.
Yeah.
How does he compare to LeBron? Well, I mean, listen, it might be a greater honor than shaking Gretzky's hand.
Yeah.
To be compared to LeBron in a shouting segment.
It is funny to listen to also. So Stephen A. Smith gets mad there because he won't compare the two. There's nothing that makes that guy more mad than when you won't participate in the clown show. Like, just participate. That's it. I think that's why Max Kellerman got ousted from that show. Like, you won't participate in the clown show. And that was Subban, right? Like, I can't compare these two.
But then he went on to compare those two.
Did he?
Yes. And talk about, Ovechkin's numbers against LeBron's numbers. One Bills
just
Live.
So dumb.
It's funny. Really. One Bills Live had a good conversation about, all right, which player in the NFL is comparable to Ovetkin?
Yeah.
And, I listened to some callers and listened to a lot of their conversation. And my answer for that, I don't know. I didn't listen to the whole show, so they might have gotten to this. Isn't the right answer Ovechkin, pre-Cup Ovechkin is Josh Allen? Isn't that right? He's the best in the sport, or one of the best in the sport at what he does, and he doesn't have a ring yet. And until he does, we're going to say, why doesn't he have one? And he can't compare to the other guy that he's pretty much just as good as because that other guy is, Crosby. I mean, without making it perfect, he's relentlessly tied to one other player, and the other player has the rings and he doesn't. And until he does, sorry, but you can't have a conversation about him. But from entertainment, from scoring, from he does what? He scores and he blasts people into the boards. Isn't that Josh Allen?
Right, Ovetkin used to throw his body around like crazy. Josh kind of does that at quarterback.
To me, that's the obvious, the entertainment value is what I would go with, and the personality just in the way that he plays. I would want to say that he's Allen.
I think there's two of them, though. I think it's him and it's Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
I don't think there were two Ovetchkins. It was Crosby and Ovetkin. That was it. And no one, I think, thought, well, at least after a certain amount of time, that Ovetkin was a better all-around hockey player than Crosby was, especially since Sidney Crosby won the Cup early on in his career. That probably helped that along. Whereas in football, I feel like it's more shared between these two guys. That in this comparison, Crosby is Mahomes, and there are two guys that are splitting the other end of it. And for Ovetkin, it was often like he had to win one. And that starts a little bit with Allen, but it doesn't go crazy, right? Like it's not. It happens some. Is it relentless though? Because that was a thing with Ovetkin. Like you gotta win one to solidify everything, and that hasn't happened yet with Allen. It probably will though eventually. Even if it's not his fault.
Yeah, it's a good question.
There will come a point in his career where that becomes everything. Like you got to win. He's got to win one.
We're not there yet.
I don't think to that degree. No.
And when I say that, I mean that differently in the market versus the general conversation.
No, right now it is more. Trying to separate myself from here to like how he's perceived everywhere. Is when he comes up, it is about how great he is, how special and unique of a player he is, the MVP of the league. It's more about his greatness than 4 or 5 years from now, if he hasn't won. I think if his name gets mentioned, the first thing that's going to come up is, he hasn't won one yet. It's going to be more about that. It's going to be the Marino talking point, which, listen, like, I heard Mike Schob make this point yesterday. At some point, like right now, I think he gets a bit of a pass because not a lot of these losses are really his fault. He doesn't have these glaring mistakes. Jackson even has them, right? Which is why he receives more of this. He has mistakes in playoff games, so a little bit more polarizing for that. Allen doesn't. But over time, you're not going to go down the list of, oh, well, he doesn't have one, but 13 seconds. And you go to this pass game, the fake punt, and Bass missed a field goal, and McDermott this, and this guy that. It eventually will just be, well, he just hasn't won one. That's Marino. I don't know what happened in Marino's playoff losses all over time. Were they all his fault? All I remember is Marino didn't win one. And if there's a time where that would happen for Allen, he can just never have that be the case if he just wins one in the next, 2-3 years.
Yeah. An answer here for right. It's not late until it's late, right? I'm thinking about Elway. I mean, Elway dodged it at the end. Elway was
late, won at 37,
very late in the game. Hey, he's an all-time great. He's one of the best to ever play the position, and then he won 2, of course, very late.
Yeah,
and he wasn't the same player when he won it, and they were a team that was. I mean, they're built a little bit like the Bills are now with a power run game. They want to run the ball, whatever. It's not doesn't have to be the most perfect comparison.
The other thing that I think that helps Allen is Jackson's presence. It is that there is another individual of
sharing the load.
Equal greatness to you that also can't do it. That also hasn't done it yet. And I think those two existing at the same time, they almost kind of maybe they share in it. Which maybe keeps the total spotlight on one of them for this exact conversation. It's more split between the two. And maybe there hasn't been a guy that's had it all focused on him since like LeBron, right? But when LeBron didn't have one, it was
everything.
The whole thing about the league was that he hadn't won yet. That was it. And that has not happened in football yet, I think, again, because they're still kind of young for this, and there are two of them that are sharing that responsibility.
And that's where, when we got to it, like in the training camp last year, people would rather see Mahomes win than Lamar, because you're probably right. As soon as if Allen or Jackson were to win a Super Bowl, it would kind of be two spotlights, if there's even two. It would all of the spotlight would center on one guy.
Yeah.
Where's yours?
Exactly.
Burrow skates it because he's been to one. And again, as great as Burrow is, his results aren't as consistently at the top of the team element. So you forget about Cincinnati. And you don't, Burrow can throw 47 touchdowns in a year. They finish 8-9, and people think his team is so bad, you couldn't possibly pin this on him.
Also, he's the one that doesn't have an MVP right now.
That's right.
And that helps that Allen and Jackson have those. So, to me right now, they are different because they haven't been, they have envy, they have hardware, and they are more exciting to watch. Just they are on more highlight reels. They're on SportsCenter more often, right? I think they probably sell more jerseys. I think they're bigger stars in the league, and that plays into it as well. So Ovetkin didn't get there, by the way, until he was 32. It took him.
It's a long time.
Took him 12 years into his career before he finally won one. So again, that's a tough sport to compare it to, but. Because his timeline, he could win another one this year. He's still playing at a 50-goal pace. So, I don't know. I just think the ring culture still does exist, and there will be a time where it's going to be everything about Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson if they don't win one. And Allen is more important for here.
There's two parts of that ring culture. Rings culture and all that is how on the shouty shows they're debating LeBron against Ovetkin, because every single conversation every day has to be about legacy on those shows, it seems. With Allen, I guess the thing that I'm wondering is, and maybe this is not the kind of thing I could hear every day through the airwaves or on Twitter, I wonder when it starts to feel, I don't want to use the phrase desperate, but he, as we pointed out, he's one of the older quarterbacks in the AFC. Now that Geno Smith was traded to the Raiders, he's up there.
Is it just Mahomes?
It's Mahomes. It was age of quarterbacks. He was going to be the third oldest quarterback in the NFL. And then,
AFC.
Third oldest in the AFC. And we were waiting for Rodgers to sign in the AFC. And
right.
That's a half of a point about turnover at the position and young players at the position. But when does it start to feel like, again, desperation is sometimes used as a negative connotation. When does it get to, man, we are the clock is ticking, because I feel that now on Allen. And I don't mean it's ticking on him. I mean it's ticking on the Bills for these next 3, 4, 5 years to do everything to go in on winning a Super Bowl. And, maybe that translates to what they do in the draft. I feel like the draft is very predictable what's going to happen. They're going to take a defensive tackle with their first pick. And then in the second round, they're going to take a corner and something else. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's going to end up being a safety. I don't know if that's going to be another edge rusher to get younger at the position. It could be receiver. I don't know that I'm convinced of that. But I just wonder when we start to get desperate about it. What's happening here? You know what it might take? And I'm not trying to fast forward on seasons. They could win the Super Bowl next year. I think what are they, the favorite to win? Or one of the top three, of course. They always
Yeah.
Another step back year. That's one thing about this past season that was different. After getting the AFC Championship game in 2020, it was step backwards 2021, and then staying right there. And while it's not exactly a linear thing, Joe, where, getting knocked out by the Chiefs in the divisional round or getting knocked out by the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, you made it one step further. You beat one more team. That's good. You could have a great team that has a bad day in the first round, and we're over here mad about it. What I'm getting at is, if they go this year and have another great season and they're knocked out in the divisional round, that might be alarm bells start going off. Maybe that comes to rest on McDermott's shoulders. Maybe people get mad at Bean if the draft class doesn't produce. But, you've got your McDermott doubters. They've been there. They've been steady. Bean, I don't think, really gets much of that. And I wonder when starts to happen, if at all. It all comes down to timelines, pressure. When does it really dial up? Because this year it feels like things went the right way. They got farther, and, expectations will be sky high once again A step back year might be the answer to my question.
I think for Bean, I guess the season will be more important to this. For Bean, the pressure gets dialed up if this draft doesn't go well. If they're not getting contributions from people in this draft class this season, because that would be stacking. Like, imagine whoever they pick in the first round just isn't really on the field a lot, isn't making an impact. Like, it's not quite Kyer Elam. Maybe it's something like, Coleman was on the field last year, but maybe it's something like Coleman where he's out there, but he's not making like the biggest difference in the world. And it's another top pick where you're going, okay, I don't want to give up on this yet.
Well, the thing that would bail him out would be Coleman or Kincaid.
Doing it themselves?
Those two guys, one of those two popping off will, it's about player development. It's not drafting a player for 1 year. You're drafting players for the long haul. Mm-hmm. So if those two guys come around, that could do a lot.
Because I think if you get down the course of the season, and if they lose in any fashion, and if Coleman and Kincaid haven't done that, and this is a lot to be said, because really all three of these guys you would like to see produce this season, but it hasn't happened yet. If your first pick this year is just kind of a rookie and going along with the motions, figuring out the league, and Coleman and Kincaid don't progress, well, now the spotlight's on Bean but you got 4 top picks in a row that aren't out there producing for you. Elam's not even on the team anymore, and Kincaid and Coleman haven't progressed how you want. The other guy's a rookie. Like that's when the pressure could get dialed up on him. I don't think that's happened yet. And I think there's still a lot of opportunity for that to be avoided. Because like you said, even if their draft class this year didn't make immediate impacts, if Coleman took a step or if Kincaid took a big step forward, even Bishop maybe if you want, that could really, I think, help push that away. Because Bean doesn't get much heat at all.
No, I don't think so either. There's not an awful lot. McDermott on decision making and really 13 seconds is that spawned people and they just kind of live there and they make their points.
You ask like do people feel like the clock is ticking? I don't think about it subconsciously. Like it doesn't. I have to remind myself that they got to get going here. Like they don't have forever. It's like a 4 or 5 year window here that is probably their best shot at it. Not knowing what Allen's going to look like in his mid-30s as an athlete. Like 4 or 5 years. Come on, let's go. I think though the moment Allen turns 30, it's going to be on my mind every day. And he turns 30 next May.
Okay.
And if they don't win this year, I'm going to be thinking about that a lot. Like he's in his 30s now. He's in his 30s now, and you don't know. For him, I wouldn't predict he's got only a couple of years left. You just don't know, though. And there's not a lot of sample size. There's not a lot of historical data on what a quarterback that looks like Josh Allen does into his late 30s, because he hasn't really existed before.
Well,
a player that's that size and that athletic and does what he does, avoiding sex. Can he avoid sex like he does forever?
I feel like the obvious answer to this question is, can Ovetkin score 40 at age 39?
And he did.
If that's the comparison we like, then
that's right.
It makes me feel better about it. Mike in Lakeview is up. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So my comment or question is you guys were talking about Ovi and comparing him to Josh pre-Cup. Did Ovi have to go through Sidney Crosby the way Josh actually has to go through Mahomes?
There's one. I think
didn't they meet in the playoffs like all the time?
I don't know about all the time. Definitely not as frequently. I mean, there are more paths. There are more teams that make it. So not every time, but they did lose them in the playoffs. How many times? At least once.
I'm looking. They beat Pittsburgh though on their way to winning the Cup in 2018. They beat them in the second round. So there is that.
Okay.
But otherwise, you're right. Like, there's a lot of losses.
There,
Yeah.
Yeah. And, Josh, I think his time is just coming. He's got the chatter and everything that's outside of him and his family and his things that happen in his personal life is all behind him. And he's just got his head in a better place than he's had in the last 4 or 5 years. And I think he just needs those extra pieces around him to get over that hump.
Yep.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. The Capitals had lost to Pittsburgh 3 times in the playoffs before they beat them to win the Cup, on their way to winning the Cup. So in that way, it is a little similar.
Yeah.
3 times you had your season ended by the other guy that you're always compared to. But then you finally got there.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 if you'd like to join us.
And then they beat an expansion team.
Vegas in 5 games.
They beat
Vegas in 5.
Alex Tuck, Braden Holtby. The save by Holtby in the Stanley Cup final that was on Alex Tuck. Game 5, I think, that won that game.
Yeah, it's game 5.
They won in 5.
Right. That's right. But I mean,
No, you're right. Yeah,
you don't score in game
Alex
5.
Tuck didn't lose the cup for Vegas because he didn't score that goal.
Yeah. 803-0550. That's our phone number. And 1-888-552.
It's snowing again.
552. What?
Oh.
Yeah. Tiny flakes.
Barely, but yes.
Tiny flakes.
Great. I'm going to watch azaleas on Thursday and Friday. And
yeah, you were saying yesterday that
snow out the window.
Every single company, every golf company has their azalea edition.
Yeah.
Today's show is the azalea edition of this show. Just
It is?
Yep. Just announce it.
I mean, the trees outside have nothing on them.
No. There's not azaleas.
It looks like winter outside. It could be December.
Yeah.
Other than it's 7:20 and it's light out.
And it's April 8th.
Yep.
Less than ideal. When we get back, we'll talk a little stadium update, timelines, all that kind of good stuff on Highmark Stadium. The new Highmark Stadium is the topping up ceremony that happened over the weekend. So stay tuned for that. Also, one thing I wanted to mention on football, Ryan Talbot tracks the Bills' private workouts, like what they're bringing in.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where last year it was an awful lot at receiver. This year, I mean, as you might expect, right? Like defensive tackle, corner, edge, couple receivers in here mixed in, private workout with Isaiah Bond in there as well. So, as their top 30 visits start to come out, Ryan's really good with this track on this at their website, NewYorkUpstate.com. You see some receivers. You see some.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of the first-round guys. Nobody pegged first round. Bond is the highest-rated receiver I've seen them meet with. And then at the Combine, if you go back and look at what they did, was all linebackers, edge. Everybody talked to the Bills defensively. So McDermott, one thing that could happen here is, all right, you've got a great quarterback. Now build your perfect defense. And we were just last segment talking about what do we do about Bean and when the pressure really comes to be really intense. I mean, McDermott, a couple more top picks defensively, and people will start to be right back on where's the great defense. Let's see if he can build it, which he has before. They've been great on defense multiple times in the McDermott era in the regular season. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. We are 16 days to the draft. So it's coming up. Schedule.
In Green Bay. Which will be, I think I heard Sal talk about this, that the Bills probably will be paying attention. This will be a draft in a stadium.
Yeah. And
which doesn't happen often, and you would imagine if the Bills get the draft at some point, it's going to be in a stadium. It's going to be in the new stadium.
When we find out when they do announce those. Do they announce it at the...
I bet I could find that.
It feels like a natural thing to do would be to announce 2 years out at the draft who's going to get the next draft. Because the Bills have, as we've learned, of course, tried to get it 2027, 2028, or is it 29? Whatever. They're trying to get the draft at the new stadium at some point to host it. It would be pretty cool. Let's hope it's not. Imagine this weather on draft night. It'd be just...
that wouldn't be.
It would be, honestly. It would be the.
It would be showing off your new wind confusion and your.
It would be the best argument for a dome that anybody could make. Like, I can't believe we didn't build a dome. It's snowing at the draft.
Listen, they're doing the draft at Lambeau Field in a week and a half. I mean, how warm is that going to be?
That's right. A nice crisp spring evening.
Yeah, I mean, in Green Bay right now, it's 34 degrees right now.
What's the average high for April 24th in Green Bay? Hit me with that.
Although I'm looking right now, 54 and sunny it looks like.
Okay, but in the evening, it might be, what, 45?
39. It's so far out right now, but 39 is the number I see right here.
All right.
If it's 39 degrees in Green Bay.
It'll be a draft that feels like football.
Yeah. And you'll get a lot of media people complaining probably how cold it is.
Wearing gloves.
Yeah, wearing gloves.
All right. On the stadium, Vice President of Stadium Development, John Pulka, joins us on the other side. We'll get some updates on the topping up ceremony, what that really means, and the next couple phases, the exterior, the field, how it's all going to go from here, the equipment that they're testing. I saw he was talking with One Bills Live about speaker systems. So anything else we can learn coming up on the new stadium, one of the top guys to talk to is coming up next here on WGR.
A Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Florida Gators win the national championship. They were down 12 at one point to Houston. They come back. They win 65-63. A late go-ahead bucket in the final minute and then a stop at the end. Florida, for the first time in almost 20 years, are the national champs. Houston, meanwhile, their third national title loss for a program that doesn't have one. To hockey, Sabres are in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Carolina Hurricanes. Sabres continue to be dominant at home. Haven't lost a home game in over a month. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. To football, the draft is 16 days away, and we got rumors on Travis Hunter. Adam Schefter reporting that Travis Hunter is more likely than not going to be the pick at number 2 for the Cleveland Browns, and he implied that Cleveland sees Hunter more as a receiver at this point in time. For the Bills, Tom Pelissero reporting on them that they are going to be having they've been having visits in, one of which will be a first-round corner from East Carolina who's been projected to go in the middle to the late first round. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
I'm a Western New Yorker myself. I think back about the importance of this community. I know how much the Bills mean to this community. It's part of the spirit. It's part of the identity, the grit, the hard work. And I really believe this is going to secure this franchise here for decades. And kids of ours, kids of all those workers are going to be coming to this stadium thinking about the great tradition of the Buffalo Bills.
Roger Goodell from the topping up ceremony at the new Highmark Stadium. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. A cold, wintry Tuesday. And we're going to talk a little stadium with Vice President of Stadium Development, John Pulka, on the Wester Hotline. Last time we chatted, John would have been at the stadium wearing hard hats. And, progress continues. Good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I feel like it was late fall, kind of a day like today, actually.
Yeah, and the progress, I'd imagine, you're there every day. You get a chance to bring people through every week, couple weeks, couple months, whoever you're bringing through. From the outside, the topping up ceremony is a big moment, right? A big step forward. So take us through, I guess, what it was like being there that day, what it means for you, for everybody on the project.
Yeah, it's a significant day in the project. So on any construction project, you've got kind of 3 major milestones: the groundbreaking, which we had a couple years ago, topping out, which we celebrated on Friday, which is kind of the middle of the project, and then obviously we're looking forward towards the end of it with the ribbon cutting. But topping out in particular, completion of the structural steel, really a day about the workers, just to celebrate how far we've come since groundbreaking and the incredible work that they're doing out there every day.
So next steps and what happens from here, does it get busier now because the exterior is done, or is the interior work a little bit finer? I know sometimes you have up to 1,000 people on site or 700 given day-to-day stuff. So what happens from here?
Yeah, we actually have cracked the 1,200 person mark, so over 1,200, 1,250 daily, and that'll continue to increase through the spring. So as the structural steel and the exterior components start to finish up, including the canopy, you actually get more square footage of area inside the building opened up for concurrent work to happen. So it will ramp up. That's why you're able to ramp up manpower, because you have more areas to go. So the next phases really are the start of the exterior skin. We've started the architectural precast on the west side of the building, so the ECC side. Architectural precast has started over there. And we'll be starting the perforated metal panel and glazing. All that's to come in the next few weeks here on the exterior, all while the interior is continuing to be completed.
Is that to say that, especially with that within the next few weeks or month, that when folks are just even driving past the facility, that it'll start looking more and more on the outside like the stadium is nearing completion?
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to start on the west and the north, so the side facing ECC and the side facing Southwestern. So maybe not as prominent for those driving down Abbott right now, but certainly as we get later into the summer and into the fall and certainly through the season, that's exactly right. The stadium's going to look like what you've seen in the renderings for the past couple of years.
John Pulka joining us in the Western Hotline. How about the field? I know that the field preparation, the grass has been growing. Stuff that happens below turf level, sod level. What happens from here with regard to the field?
Yeah, our contractor's actually in there now doing all the infrastructure that we've talked about. So all the heating, the sub-air systems, irrigation, drainage, all that work's ongoing right now. We're just starting right now. And then through the summer, they'll be doing final preparations for installation of the natural grass turf in the fall, which most people, look at the stadium today and say we're going to have a field in there in the fall. All of that is with the focus on getting a full growing season in. So that before a game's played there, we've got a full year worth of establishment of the turf.
The growing season, like fall through, I'm trying to think so the grass will be 1 year basically established if you're shooting for fall. That's the start of football season this year.
Yep, just about. Yeah, so October, it'll probably be October, early November time frame where the field actually goes in, but that's right. It's intended to go through a winter season, a spring season, a summer, and then be ready for the fall of 26.
And that's grass that is already growing, right? I'm trying to remember. Was it in New Jersey? Where's the grass growing?
Yeah, New Jersey. Grounds guys have taken a couple trips out there to make sure everything's looking good. This process starts really early. I think the grass was actually planted last August. So it's been growing for a while before it gets cut out and transported up for installation here.
In terms of the weather that it is out now, are you at a point where it's just cold? Like was it only snow that would ever kind of slow anything down when it came to progress at the stadium? At this point, weather-wise, it's that pretty much just in the clear?
Yeah, I mean, we're not, the weather still can be windy and rainy and a whole bunch of stuff that could still impact days, but the significant concern is certainly the winter. So if winter ever decides to go away here, we'll be in a much better spot. But, yeah, hopefully we get into some real spring days here, which will be a nice change of pace for the crews out there, too.
To follow up on that, the snow melting system, I'd imagine that's one of the ones that's important to be operational first, right? I mean, the stadium's got to be able to deal with snow come this winter, even though it's still a ways from completion.
Yeah, so that actually, obviously you can see as you're driving by, the canopy's up and metal deck is on. They have actually started to install the snow melt tubing up on the roof. So that's one of the items that's ongoing at this time, and that'll be a major focus of summer for sure, is to get that system in.
John Pulka with us on the Western Hotline. So next steps, is it come together at the same time, like concourse stuff, and how much of that is still structural versus how far away from bars being built and being put in, and I'm sure we're nowhere near screens and scoreboards.
You're asking the first tap, right? When the first beer gets
yeah,
just to run the lines.
It's a good call. Might have to have you guys out for the first beer. It's actually, I mean, when you think about the entirety of the stadium and how big it is, areas get finished while other areas are still very early on in their efforts, right? So there will be areas of the building that get finished well before, obviously, other areas. The field club and the home locker room and that whole kind of area on the home side of the stadium right now is starting to get in that state where you're seeing finished elements go in there. We're not at the level of installing the bars or anything yet, but it will happen much sooner than you would ever think it would. And then that will just, those sequences will just continue around the building until everything's done. But don't know exactly when that stuff's going in, but it will happen sooner than you realize. We were actually out last week in Amsterdam looking at the final mock-ups of the home lockers, and those are now into production. So a lot of the millwork and stuff that you're referring to is actually in the works right now, and then will be brought off the site and installed.
Amsterdam? They're being made in Amsterdam?
Amsterdam, New York.
Okay. Yep. I got to make sure. Amsterdam.
Clarifying. Yeah,
hey,
clarifying.
You never know.
Yeah. We talked about the weather a little bit. Are you able to, or is this something that would wait for the exterior of the building? Are you able to tell as the winter progressed, and even now still that it's cold, and I mean, I'm looking out the window right now and we still have flurries, that you're able to kind of tell the difference from the building and what fans might experience at some point in time, how much warmer it'll be, if you're inside the concourse or even if you're under the canopy versus what we currently have at the Highmark Stadium right now. Are you able to tell the difference or not yet?
100%. Not as much necessarily on temperature yet until we get a little bit more enclosed, we get the skin up, but I can tell you for certain, over the last 2 weeks, we've had our grounds guys out there just, going out looking at stuff with us and our equipment staff. And both days we were out there with them were very windy as we were entering the building. And we got down to field level to review stuff we were reviewing with them. And individually, they commented on how little wind there was down at field level when you could look up and see the upper concourse or some of the tarps, just blowing like crazy. But down at field level, there was nothing. So even though we don't have any of the perforated metal on yet, we don't have any of the architectural precast in yet, there are some temporary walls that are in place that you've probably seen that are helping keep the workers protected from the elements that are simulating that a little bit. But most importantly, the structure itself is up, and we're seeing the impacts of that already deterring the wind, which has been extremely encouraging for us.
Bill's VP of Stadium Development, John Pulka, on the Western Hotline. How about, John, the promenade's not the right word I'm looking for here. I know that from the stadium, if you're looking at it from Abbott and Southwestern, that's going to be kind of like the front road in, right, with Family Circle and the giant buffaloes. When does that landscaping portion of the project really get going in full force?
So the site work portion of that actually started immediately after the season. So for anybody who's been out there, the construction perimeter has been established now all the way out to the edge of the property closest to Southwestern. So all of that area where Family Circle will be, the parking lots on the north, all of that area is within the construction site right now. So they're doing all the site work, all the grading. Next would be foundations in those areas, sidewalks, curbs, pavement, and then eventually the installation of the buffaloes, which we're very much looking forward to.
And where is that part of the process? People want to know. How you put out to how many artists? There were a lot of different submissions, and you guys the process of narrowing it down and all that.
Yeah, there were. I forget the numbers. Frank Pravada, this has been certainly his baby for a while. There are thousands of interest, hundreds of realistic folks who were considered for the project. Ultimately selected one, and Frank's just been working tirelessly to bring this to reality. So I won't give away too much, but Frank was out at their fabrication shop a couple weeks ago, sent us some pictures of some of the early mock-ups, and I think we'll have more information on that coming soon, but I think it's going to be great.
Okay, but the artist has been chosen for that.
The artist has been chosen.
All right. So you've got, but no rendering on that yet. All right. When can we? Do you feel like there'll be a time again? People are going through the stadium experience and that side of it. Will there be? Do you think any more media to be shared as this process continues? Because for anybody on the outside, you can just look and see growth. Now that the walls are up, the stuff that's happening inside, I feel like it's a little bit more. As much as you guys are eager to show.
Yeah, I think that's fair, right? People have been able to kind of monitor the progress by seeing the building and the structure come to life from the outside. Now, as that becomes a little bit more enclosed, certainly everybody will still be able to see the skin going up and the exterior facade, but the interior fit out, you won't be able to see as much. So our content team does a great job. We're out there with them every couple of weeks, just getting content and kind of capturing the moments. And I'm sure we'll have some updates as some of those cool things are occurring.
And last thing for me, how about lights? When do the lights go up?
It's a good question. Lighting, speakers, I can tell you, are in. Lighting, not exactly sure. That is likely a summer activity, certainly before the winter of next year. I can certainly tell you the speakers were installed or are continuing to be installed. And we had one of the arrays turned on a few weeks ago just as a test, and we're completely blown away by the sound of just one of the arrays in the building, with, at that time, probably only 25%, 30% of the canopy up. So we're really excited, continue to be really excited about the sound in the building, not only the artificial sound through the speakers, but also just what the canopy and the design of the stadium means for fan noise and crowd noise on game days.
Very good. VP of Stadium Development, John Pulka, on the Wester Hotline, updating us on Highmark Stadium and the construction. Well, congratulations, John, on the halfway point. I mean, it's kind of funny you mentioned the topping out as halfway, but it's whatever. It's a big day, and best of luck as you guys keep rolling along here.
Yeah, appreciate it. Glad to be on with you guys, and we'll get you out there to get a first look at it yourself.
Very good.
Awesome.
John Pulka.
Thanks, John.
On the Wester Hotline. Yeah, I mean, last time we were there, we went all the way up to the press box. We're walking on, rebar, and eager to see how
the concourses too.
Yeah, how everything's changed. So it's super cool. I'd imagine as the full enclosure, I'm just kind of envisioning standing there where we stood, on the field and all that. As it gets fully enclosed all the way around and the canopy, it's going to feel like a gladiator's arena. I mean, it's going to feel tight. And I don't mean that as like cramped for fans, but it's going to feel like you are on top of the field when you are at that stadium. Such a difference from the current Highmark, which is kind of, open, very open. Our thanks to John Pulka and the Bills. 803-0550, our phone number. Lindy coming up top of the hour as we roll through this chilly Tuesday. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Join
All right, so when it comes to draft coverage, be ready because we've got a draft roundtable, mock draft, all that good stuff coming up on the 17th, so next Thursday.
Yeah, 4 to 6:30 p.m. Chopin Bulldog live on YouTube, annual pre-draft special. I'll be taking part. You'll be taking part. Nate, Sal. Presented by Upstate Honda Dealers. Visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today for excellent deals on the entire Honda lineup, including the all-new Honda Passport. That'll be... That's draft day.
Yeah?
Yeah, the 17th.
Well, no, 24th is the draft.
No, so right, 1 week before the draft.
1 week before the draft.
Yeah.
I'm ready for the draft. Let's have it.
I'm not ready
16
for
days
the
out.
draft.
Don't you want to know who the new defensive tackle is?
I want to know more about the defensive tackles rather than just the defensive tackles. That's the prep I got to do.
We'll do a little more of that with Joe Marino tomorrow. Lindy Ruff when we get back. The Sabres are not eliminated. There is still a path. There is a path. We'll talk to Lindy. It's been a common theme lately. Hey, you're getting better results. You know, how much better is this team playing? So the Sabres head coach joins us coming up on the other side as they play tonight against Carolina, 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Jeremy and Joe, Lindy Ruff next.
More WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Florida Gators win their third national championship last night over Houston. They were down 12 at one point. They rallied to win, got a bucket in the last minute of the game, and then a stop. Florida Gators win for the first time in almost 20 years. To hockey, the Sabres are back in action tonight against the Carolina Hurricanes. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. The Sabres have been dominant at home, haven't lost at home in over a month. Tage Thompson, by the way, on a 50-goal chase, needs 7 goals in his last 6 games to get there for the first time in his career. To football, Travis Hunter, Colorado, looks like he could be the second overall pick for the Cleveland Browns. Adam Schefter reporting yesterday that it's more likely than not that Hunter will be the pick for Cleveland, and that at this point in time, the Browns tend to see him more as a wide receiver than as a corner. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports East Carolina corner Siobhan Revell will meet with the Bills this week. Projected first-round pick, has been mocked to the Bills late in the first. He is recovering from a torn ACL. He'll have a combine medical recheck, according to Pelissero, while visiting some of these teams coming up. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's time to talk Sabres hockey. Big changes at KeyBank Center. Let's hear all about it. Coach Lindy Ruff is being brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. And by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Now, with head coach Lindy Ruff, here's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Sabres and Canes tonight, 7 o'clock. Sabres have been great at home of late.
Black and red.
Yes.
Against the Hurricanes.
Saw that. Conjure up some memories.
I was going to say, I've already seen some Sabres Hurricanes memories this morning on Twitter.
Yeah. We've got those. Joining us on the Western Hotline is Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for taking some time today.
Jeremy, Joe, how are you guys?
We're good.
Good.
Lindy, somebody alerted me that you were the coach of the Sabres both for when Alex Ovetkin scored his first NHL goal and his 895th NHL goal. So, two different stints, but you're here both times. And I wonder, were you watching live when he passed Gretzky? Were you watching on Sunday?
I was not, but one heck of an accomplishment. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Who would ever thought? But, the greatest goal scorer in the game now.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting to watch Wayne talk about it. He said Gordie Howe was there when he broke the record. I think a lot of people kind of appreciated Gretzky's role in the whole thing as hockey paid tribute to its own history pretty well.
Yeah, I think you have to respect such a great accomplishment, and the fact Wayne was going to be there for that moment, be there when Washington scored it. There's a lot of things you respect about it. I have so much respect for the fact that he didn't want to score that goal into an empty net. That he wanted it to be, a real goal or against a goaltender.
Yeah.
But I think Wayne, unbelievable career, and we know that the type of player he was and the era he played in. But for Alex to do it, kind of in a tighter area where defense became pretty prevalent for a lot of the years that he played, it's an accomplishment that I guess I'd like to say nobody will ever do it, but somebody probably will.
Yeah, at least for goals, maybe. I think Gretzky's also comfortable in that all his other records are 1,000 points ahead of everybody else, so he should be safe on those. All the talk about Ovetkin and the greatest goal scorer of all time, that conversation. Lindy, for you, playing/coaching, who would you consider the best or the couple best goal scorers you ever played with or coached?
Well, played with, Gilbert Perreault. I think as a pure goal scorer, I played with. Probably here would be Richard Martin. back in that era in the 80s. And I know I didn't play with him a long time, but incredible shot. So I would point to, our two of our franchise guys. Guys I coached. There's been a lot of really good, goal scorers along the way. I don't think none in the category of the two guys you mentioned, Bill.
Mm-hmm. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Shifting gears to tonight, this week, your team, you've got a pretty good goal scorer on your team right now. Tage Thompson, red hot, like 3 goals again. And, there are times, Lindy, where he just kind of reminds everyone just how far he's come as a player and how incredible he is at filling the net.
Yeah, and, obviously put together a real good year. It was injured there for part of the time, which slowed him down. I think the key is that combination with him playing with Kulich has been something that has helped them. I think moving him around a little bit on the power play has helped them, where they just can't sit on him. I think most teams know, what a great shot he's got. So if you just keep him in one spot, it makes it a little bit tougher. But I think Tage is finding a lot of different ways to score goals. I think if you looked at the first one, getting it tight there, looking for the rebound, and we've got people around the net. And then, again, I thought the breakaway goal, what a great read for him to get in behind, and a great play by Kulich to find him off of really a play where kind of in D-zone coverage, and he reads it and gets in behind him.
Lindy, we've seen him play center. We've seen him on the wing. We've seen him moved with different line mates last couple months or so. Do you feel like Thompson is a player that other players find easy to play with?
I think so. I think he is a guy that you'll even see during the game, takes draws and will play center. It's easier for him, I think, or the guys that even play with him, to read off of where you're going. I think there's a comfort level when you play with somebody for a little while. I know he's been moved around a little bit, and that's been due to some injuries and, the fact Greenway's been out and Norris has been out. So we kind of moved him around, but getting Kulich back in the lineup and McLeod has been pretty secure where he's been at. It's kind of put him on that right side, and is been a guy that we've been able to play against top lines. As soon as I started matching him up against the Pasternak line the other night, our game got better offensively and it got better defensively. So when your top line can do that and outplay the other team's top line, you're usually in a pretty good place.
Lindy, I ran this kind of theory by Joe and by Paul. I'll run it by you. You're talking about the injuries and guys having to shuffle a little bit. And I was thinking since the Cousins trade, without saying anything about Dylan Cousins goes out, Norris comes in. We haven't had a chance to see him here. But the net result was having to ask guys to be in different spots or move around. And I wonder if you feel like that shuffling, not even just mentally if it's a fresh start in different spots and different combinations, but if you think that the shuffling maybe unlocked a couple things for you guys from a scoring standpoint.
Well, I think what we looked at is we really felt that Kulich played really well in his own end. Could be a guy that could push back the opposition and also play against top lines that made plays going up ice. So even though I tried that earlier in the year and then he got hurt, got a little bit of the concussion. I think that was the game against New Jersey or whoever it was. We knew kind of what we had. And I think with McLeod there, I think things have seeded themselves. I would just say better. When you look at points per game, and I look at Tage's points per game at playing at center and points per game when he's at the wing, and it favors him even in a goal scoring sense to be on the wing because now all of a sudden you can get in behind the defense. You don't have to play low. The numbers have been better. So once we got Kulich back again, that's a line that we've gone back to. I think the thing that has changed is, we've got Benson up there playing on left wing, and if we had a Norris, maybe that line or those lines would change a little bit. Then a Greenway, he factors into all that too.
Lindy Ruff with us on the Western Hotline. The team scoring as much as they are, Lindy, and winning. I mean, it's been dominance at home for a while now. How much meaning do you think that level of play has at the end of this season? Like, that's to me the thing a lot of people are trying to figure out is how much should they take this stretch? How much is it worth moving forward? For you, what do you think the answer to that is of playing like this down the stretch and how much that could mean for the summer and then, of course, the fall next year?
Well, I think it means a lot because we're working on our game. I've said this. Our goal is to try to win every game. It isn't to develop players or see players. Our goal is to play the type of hockey that we can sustain and be consistent with. And so we've had a few periods here or there where last game, first period, wasn't a good period. We've been a good first period team. Is sustain the type of hockey that you can win a lot more than you lose. And that's what this stretch is all about is improve in the areas that hurt us when we weren't going so well. Improve in areas that even when you're missing key players, you can still win hockey games. So our goal every night is to play a brand of hockey that's going to help us win a hockey game. We know the areas that have hurt us during the year from puck management, which we're cleaning up. We're getting better. And it's an area that we still want to continue to keep putting the puck in the right place. And I think our team's getting rewarded offensively and defensively for it.
Do you feel like there could be a mental component too for players? I'm thinking about, like a golf comparison where you like ended the season on a high might make you more excited for the spring. Do you feel like it could help players and their mindset going into the summer, kind of carrying that into whatever you and Kevin Adams I'd seen had spoken about, like conditioning and being in elite shape next year. Do you feel like this stretch can maybe help with mental stuff for the players too?
I do, and I think it is a big deal. I think when you have the team, when you have the time that we're going to have as players, your season's done April, you take a couple weeks off, you've got basically 4 months to improve your game, improve your engine, elite conditioning, be a better athlete when you come back at the start of September. That would make you faster, quicker, stronger on pucks. Every area that when you're as young as you are, and we have a lot of those players, we're young. I mean, we're maybe not young in a game sense, but we're young in age sense where you can make terrific gains as a player. I think that's an area that we can vastly improve.
Lindy Ruff with us on the Western Hotline. It's only been a couple of games, limited amount of time you've had with him. Noah Ostlund, after being dominant in Rochester, what have you seen from him in the only couple games so far it's been up here?
I've seen a real heady player that plays well in his own end, makes the right plays, has been able to find his teammates inside the offensive zone, have liked his game. Wouldn't be a guy that you would consider can dominate anybody size-wise, but his reads and his stick have been really good inside the defensive zone, and you can see why he's had good success. He's a real smart player, and if you're going to come up and play center, you've got to be able to read the plays and get in the right position, and I think he's done a good job of that. And he's looked comfortable. There hasn't been any hesitation in his game.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. As we get down to the last few games here, Lindy, Josh Norris had been working on an injury, skated before practice on the 4th, and I'd imagine it's a tough call. You get a player that, if he's ready to go, is going to want to play. All this stuff about playing well at the end of the season, everything Joe just said, you got to kind of balance that with the end of a season, not getting a player to push it back too quickly.
For sure. the plan is if he's ready to go, he will play. We're not there with him yet. So he's still really in a day-to-day sense. And obviously we're running out of time. Then we'll have to make a decision that here's a player. Do you want to re-aggravate what he's been dealing with and set him back, or do we get him healthy and he's got a big summer ahead of him to get his body in the right place?
Is some of that for you, like maybe wanting to see more? It was only a couple of games, getting a sense before the season ends of what combinations work for him with different teammates?
Yeah, that would have been, ideal, but sometimes you don't get the ideal setting you want. I would have loved to see him and tried him with different players, from playing with the Thompson or maybe playing with the Tuck, putting him in different places inside the game and using him on special teams and getting a good feel for where he can be really effective for us. But, obviously that won't probably won't happen. So you just deal with it and move on.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff ahead of tonight's game against the Carolina Hurricanes. Lindy, thanks very much, and best of luck tonight.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thanks, Lindy.
Lindy Ruff. We'll see. We're not going to ask who's in net tonight. I was looking at something on Luukkonen because they got a win with Luukkonen against Boston. He had 20 shots. In fact, the last couple times Luukkonen has played, when he wins, it's because there's not a lot of shots. He has 2 wins over Boston, 1 over Vegas. And the shots against in his last 3 wins are 20, 20, and 19.
Yeah, it's been really tough.
His last win with more than 20 saves was March 10th against Edmonton. And before that, you've got to go all the way back to February 22nd against the Rangers.
So he's kind of lost the net. It's not really a storyline because they're out of it. But imagine they'd been in it. Imagine they had Operation 10 game win streak had happened, and they were in the race right now. He wouldn't be playing.
Well, he didn't lose the net until the end of March. Just looking at the number of games that Luukkonen played, if he got peppered, he got beat.
Yeah,
20 saves and more than 20 saves and a win has happened twice since the start of February, basically. And there are a lot of losses in there, like Florida, Tampa, San Jose, Montreal, Carolina. It's just...
out of 96 goalies that have played in the NHL this year, he ranks 93rd in goals saved above expected.
That's tough.
11 goals below expected for Luukkonen. He, I think, is second in the NHL in goals allowed on the year. And save percentage isn't there. Quality start percentage isn't there. He's been outplayed pretty much all year by a 37-year-old.
Yeah, who was
1 year into the contract. His existence on that contract is tough for me because my number one thing I'd like to see them go do this summer is find your way to a great veteran goalie to pair with Levi. But you can't do that because Luukkonen is cemented here for 4 years. You just kind of have to cross your fingers that this year was more the fluke and last year was more reality. It's tough for me to get to that point, though, when the limited action we saw in him before last year would point you to this year as reality. Or that he'll just be, and this is a lot of goalies in the NHL, he'll be a guy where once every 3 years he's going to be really good. But he's going to have 2 out of 3 years where he's going to be average to below average at least. That's a lot of goalies in the NHL. And to me, that's like kind of the best case scenario for him right now. So like you're kind of stuck. Like your goalies are going to be Luukkonen and Levi next year. We asked Paul this yesterday. Like I think his scenario could play out too, where Reimer's back and it's a competition in training camp, and if he doesn't win it, he either retires or he gets waived. But, their goaltending is pretty much set, I think, for next season. And that's an area that has let them down a lot this year.
So the standings and, the miracle run, it would have to be a miracle. The Sabres are not yet eliminated. They are trying to stave off that little E next to their name. Buffalo tops out at 86 points. Montreal in the second wild card spot has 85. So a Montreal win, and it's over. or a Sabres loss, and it's over.
It's over.
Montreal. Here's how it works, though. Montreal has 5 games left, which means they can get as high as 95. And how many times can they basically knock off a team? A win tonight for Montreal, it's over for Buffalo. The E is going next to their name. Columbus would be next up. Columbus is 8 points back of Montreal. I mean, Ottawa is made in the shade.
Ottawa might get into the top 3.
They might.
They are 2 points back of Florida, and Florida has lost 3 in a row
with 5 games to play.
I only know that because Toronto fans were flipping out yesterday at the possibility that they're going to win the division
and play
the Panthers in round 1,
which would be great. Right now,
hilarious.
As of right now,
that's 2 points away from being the scenario.
Yeah, Toronto would play Ottawa in the first round.
Right, but if Ottawa catches Florida.
Yeah, that's good.
It's Toronto versus Florida in round 1.
It'd be so good.
Yeah.
So anyway, the Sabres are not eliminated yet, and they're playing very well. You know.
I'm being sold a little bit on this is meaningful at the end here. Listen, I think, though, that's just I want can we anything to build on into the summer.
Listen, this is the circle of trust. Family meeting circle of trust here. I constantly struggle with wanting to be it's you're doing the thing you were supposed to do, and I'm mad that you're doing it because now it's too late.
Right.
You know, I when I was off that week, and there's a lot of talk about, well, without the 13-game losing streak, they would have had a reasonable season. I think, okay, great. If I give every single team in the NHL 6 additional wins, they'd also be better. So I'm trying not to carry around this anger about it and trying to be objective. I think if you're being objective, they've had some things start to look better. Joe, perhaps the most encouraging thing is not that they're just goalieing every night. I mean, Reimer has been very good for them.
Yeah,
but you're seeing young pieces and star players looking like Thompson is, this guy is a sustainable star. Dahlin is a sustainable star. I get Benson and I get flashes of Kulik. And, I just think that there's enough here that the idea of a good season should not be far-fetched. The only reason it ever seems far-fetched is because they never actually get to it. But the pieces are here to have a totally reasonable season like Ottawa is having. They're not far from Ottawa. Of course not.
And and they're scoring.
Right, they score a ton.
They're scoring a ton of goals, and that was the thing 2 years ago that made us believe it was going to finally end. The drought was going to end. What was the core foundation of that? It was we thought they could score like the best of them. And then that went away for a year. And I went into this year, one area I've been way wrong on them. I thought their biggest problem would be they couldn't finish goals.
Yeah,
and that's the thing they're the best at, right?
Yep.
5-on, you mentioned they're not far away from Ottawa. 5-on-5 goal scoring this year, the Sabres are 4th and Ottawa's 30th. I mean, in some areas, they're way better.
Yep.
But it's just it makes it more frustrating. How are you this good at scoring goals and you're just not even alive?
Goaltending,
other than the 0.001% they have.
Yeah,
goaltending and power play, and I guess it's defense too.
They've given up the 4th most goals in the NHL.
Right, that's why they're kind of like what they were 2 years ago, but. I guess what's the difference from 2 years ago?
A 13-game losing streak.
A 13-game losing streak, and that year, I guess goals are goals. That year, their power play was good.
Yeah.
And this year, it's somehow horrific. Like Thompson, I was looking at some of Thompson's numbers yesterday. What's maybe most impressive about this year for Thompson, that he could even score 50, is he has 7 power play goals on the year. He had 20 2 years ago. He has less than half of what he had when he scored 47. And yet he's still sitting here with 40-plus goals. But that's a microcosm of the Sabres season. They can score when it's at even strength, which is seen to be more important. But if you're bad at everything else, power play, goaltending, in your own end, blowing leads, then the thing that's really important to be good at, you found a way to be bad anyway. It was by being bad at everything else.
Yeah, the power play's bottom of the league.
Shorthanded's been, Paul's pointing out, shorthanded's been terrible for a month and a half.
803-0550. Check in on the Browns when we get back. Jeff Phelps, who talks Browns, on the second pick of the draft and how maybe some reported movement. Adam Schefter reporting more than likely it'll be Travis Hunter. He'd be the highest corner ever picked and the highest receiver since Calvin Johnson if he's a receiver. He's both. So we'll talk with Jeff Phelps about the Browns on whether it's Abdul Carter, quarterback scenarios, how the Browns are trying to turn things around. Because the draft really starts to turn at number 2. We'll get to that next. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Florida Gators win the national championship, a 2-point win over Houston last night after trailing by 12 at one point. First time in almost 20 years the Gators are national champs. Sabres are back in action tonight at home again, where they've been dominant, haven't lost there in over a month. KeyBank Center, 7 o'clock puck drop tonight against the Carolina Hurricanes. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. We'll talk more about the Cleveland Browns coming up next. Adam Schefter said yesterday that at this point, seems more likely pick to be taken at number 2 is Travis Hunter of Colorado, defensive back / wide receiver. Schefter also implied that he thinks it could be more of a receiver pick if Cleveland were to make it. Again, we'll talk more about that coming up next. For the Bills, they have a visitor this week. Tom Pelissero says East Carolina corner Siobhan Revelle will meet with the Bills, who has been projected end of the first round, has been mocked to the Bills several times. He is recovering from a torn ACL, so there'll be a medical component to that too. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealer.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
We can't praise Baker Mayfield and fall in love with Baker Mayfield because of his charisma, cockiness, his self-belief, and then kind of view it differently with Shedeur. I heard a lot of Baker listening to Shedeur and the confidence, and I think it's great. I also loved his answer when he talked about why he threw and when he said, well, there were some teammates of mine that didn't get to go to the combine or didn't get invited, and I knew if I threw, all those teams would come from the NFL and his teammates would have the necessary eyes. I love every part of that answer because that's leadership.
It's Dan Orlovsky on Shedeur Sanders on the Colorado Pro Day and all that as we chat about the draft. Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase. Good morning. Joining us on the Western Hotline, Jeff Phelps, talks Browns, halftime postgame host on the Browns radio network and on 92.3 The Fan. Jeff, good morning. Thanks for chatting Browns with us today. It feels like the Browns have, I don't know, the roadmap of the draft. It turns at number 2, I think, is what a lot of people might think.
Seems to be that way, Jeremy. Everybody's saying it's starting at number 2 because it's, I think, still a question as to what the Browns are going to do. I know Adam Schefter, you guys just mentioned the Travis Hunter reports. That's become hot. It was Abdul Carter for the longest time, and the Shedeur Sanders storyline doesn't go away. And I think the Browns have 3 good choices there. They just have to nail this. And I think, guys, if they determine that Shedeur Sanders is a guy who could be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, I don't know how the Browns, who need a quarterback, don't take him. But I also know that the owner has said, we're not going to force it, we're not going to reach, and I think that's good, but they just can't miss this pick. Yeah. If he's good, they better take him.
If it's not Sanders, would it be second round? I mean, what's the next plan? Right now, it's Kenny Pickett, and right. I mean, that's the thing here. Sometimes there's desperation, and sometimes there are cautionary tales, Jeff, about taking a quarterback too high if that quarterback's not worth it. So if it's not the quarterback, how does the quarterback change? How does the quarterback plan immediately change for the Browns?
Oh, quit asking such relevant questions, would you? That's. Guys, I can't tell you the number of hours that we've already spent talking about that, and we'll be talking about that. In the back of everybody's head is Kirk Cousins. And Kevin Stefanski and Cousins worked together for a couple of years in Minnesota. They got along well. Stefanski coached him up. Cousins played well, with Stefanski. Is Atlanta going to move him? I don't know. And would the Browns give up? They can't take on much money because of the Deshaun Watson situation. So it's going to be a really interesting thing. The idea of this seems to be appealing to people. Somehow Cousins gets here. You draft a quarterback round 2 or later, or trade back up into the first round, and pick up a guy like Jackson Dart or Jalen Milroe or Tyler Shuck, and you have Cousins, Pickett, and a young guy you develop. And that seems to give people a little bit of reassurance, because Cousins can play quarterback in the NFL. And they've been talking up Pickett like crazy, guys. He did some really good things in Pittsburgh and some really mediocre things in Pittsburgh. And you hear about the fourth quarter comebacks and the game-winning drives. That's really good. You look at the overall stats; they're not that impressive. But you guys know you can't give up on a young guy 3 years into his career. But I think he's actually a viable option to start for them for a while, and then who knows?
So it's basically figuring out, like, what I would imagine what a Browns fan wants is going to come down to how much better they think Shedeur Sanders is than the guys that you could get in round 2, right? And that's also, by the way, assuming, I don't know how you feel about this, Jeff. You've been talking about Sanders, I'm sure, and thinking about him more than I have. But I see mocks once in a while where he's going in the teens and not often, but sometimes even falling into the 20s, and you never know what'll happen on draft day. So, I don't know. Like, what's the dream outcome would probably be he does fall, and then the Browns find a way to get him on top of whoever they pick at number 2?
I think that would be ideal. I think that's exactly what they would like to have happen. There are a couple of factors there. I love looking at the NFL.com draft profiles. Same people referencing players over a period of time. Kenny Pickett, Shedeur Sanders, exact same draft profile ranking, 6.30. That's not reassuring, right? If everybody's thinking Pickett's not good enough to be your starter, Sanders is ranked the same coming out of college, and Pickett dropped into the 20s. So that screams you don't take him at 2, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't. But who knows who knows what a guy does when he puts on a uniform and goes out and plays? Dan Marino was what, guys? The 6th quarterback in that draft class, and he might have been the best of the bunch. So it's just better football minds than all of us better nail this. And if they pass on him, guys, and he turns into a stud, well, shame on them. Yeah. When Baker Mayfield and Josh Allen and Josh Rosen and Lamar Jackson came out, I screamed for Josh Allen, because I just looked at him and I thought, he's 6'5", he's 240 pounds, he runs like a deer. You can help him with his accuracy, but look at this guy, he's incredible. And instead, the Browns took Baker Mayfield, who's certainly a competent quarterback, but they missed by their own admission, because they thought they needed to go get another quarterback better than Baker, and they went out and got Deshaun. They can't miss on this one, because think about how much that'll set back the franchise. It's not just missing on one guy. You've got the 2nd pick in the draft. And you should get a big-time talent there. And if you miss, either by taking him and he's not good, or not taking him and he is, that's rough.
Jeff Phelps on the Browns. Jeff, basically, I had a stat for Joe maybe last week or 2 weeks ago. The last 11 years, 11 quarterbacks that have been selected in the top 3 have had their coach fired the next year. A lot of people think you draft the quarterback, then you give yourself more time. But it can be a lie. And I guess that's the other thing about this Browns situation, is how long the GM and the coach have been there. The coach has won Coach of the Year. I mean, there have been years where people think they overachieve. Let's say they take the quarterback. Is it just a matter of, if there's enough there to make it look good, then wins and losses won't really matter? Like 6-11 can be fine if you see some flashes from the quarterback?
We're wondering the same thing. If you're going to let the guys go, going from an 11-win team to a 3-win team, that would have been the time to do it, right? However, there are a couple of other issues here. The Browns they extended both Stefanski and Andrew Berry, and so they have years to go on the contract. The ownership's not averse to writing a check, so that's not the big issue. There's also a big push, as there is in Buffalo. You guys are getting a new stadium. Browns are trying to get a new stadium. I don't know how exactly that factors into this, but I think it does. But if they draft a quarterback and it doesn't look good, not just the quarterback but the team, I can't imagine that Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski would be long-timers here.
Yeah.
And they've already been here 5 years each. So this will be season number 6. How many teams give GMs and coaches 6 years when you don't get to the playoffs but twice? So I think they're on the clock, guys.
Jeff Phelps on the Browns. Thanks, Jeff, for the time, and enjoy the draft. 16 days away.
Jeremy, Joe, thanks for having me, guys. Always a pleasure.
All right.
Thanks, Jeff.
It really is interesting for them what to do. Generational, double-talented corner/receiver, or best edge rusher in the draft, or quarterback that's going to be overdrafted, but if you miss on that, then you missed out. Kirk Cousins, I don't think that's a terrible idea.
What if they do nail quarterback? What if they nail it? What if they end up with Sanders and he's actually good? Or they end up with Cousins and he just needed a year to get healthy? Like, he mentions like they could set themselves back. That's the downside. What's the upside? Like, if they nail it, they're what? They're wild card good?
Well,
2 years ago, they had a Super Bowl caliber roster with no quarterback.
Right.
Now, when you were off 2 weeks ago, we had Jonathan Peterlin on, and his message on that was they had it then, and their line's not as good as it was 2 years ago, and their defense isn't as good as it was 2 years ago.
The thing I would say about the Browns is, do they have a good coach? I think so. I think they do.
I like Stefanski.
Because here's how it's gone for Stefanski since Baker Mayfield left. Jacoby Brissett, 11 starts, Deshaun Watson, 6. Then 2023, Watson, 6, Flacco, 5, DTR, 3, PJ Walker, 2, Jeff Driscoll, 1.
That's the year they somehow make it.
Right.
With all of
11 wins.
It's crazy.
Then last year, Jameis, 7, Watson, 7, DTR, 2, Bailey Zappi, 1. It's one thing to have a mediocre, sub-average quarterback for 16 games. If you're a good coach, what do you do there? All right, let's stick with it. I mean, they've had to juggle between bad quarterbacks inside of seasons. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 quarterbacks to start games over the last 3 years. 8. We could say the Watson thing has been a swing and a miss. Watson hasn't even played that much. Watson's played
12 games?
19 games the last 3 years.
Games.
19 games. So,
yeah.
But
that's the thing that has created all of this.
Right?
Because if Watson's not available, think of it that way. Watson, remember, the outset, before all of his sexual misconduct lawsuits that, fire everything up after that, he asked for a trade. What if he just stayed in Houston? Then the Browns probably still have Baker Mayfield. Or he's good.
Or they drafted somebody else along the way.
Or maybe they've done that. But I think they probably still have Mayfield. And they'd be pretty good. They'd probably be pretty good the whole time. I bet they'd be a playoff team twice as often as they have been without him.
803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe, good Tuesday. It's cold. Our thanks to Jeff Phelps there talking Browns with us. The draft turns at number 2. Adam Schefter says Travis Hunter more and more likely.
And Mel Kiper's released his last mock draft. What is Mel Kiper's just taking the next 2 weeks off? Buddy, this is your season.
He's perfected it.
He trusts this mock enough.
Yes.
He's got a team that I don't expect drafting a quarterback.
How am I going to like the Bills pick? Is it what I expect?
Mostly.
Okay. Big day today, by the way. Break time.
Stay tuned.
Before we get some Champions League talking here, we've your ticket to 8 amazing golf experiences. WGR VIP golf card for just one low price of $129. Unlock a season of golfing adventures. Diamond Hawk, Shamrock Hills, Attica's 10th Hole, and Golf Course, Bobolinks, and Golf Dojo. Your WGR VIP golf card also will hook you up with a free box of premium Vero X1 golf balls from Encore Golf and get some deals at Rick Zurek Golf Warehouse on Transit in Bowmansville. Portion of the proceeds will benefit PGA Hope. Get all the details. Purchase your WGR VIP golf card today at getmyperks.com.
Champions League Tuesday. Arsenal and Real Madrid.
What is this? This is a tournament featuring the best clubs in Europe.
Bayern and Inter. 3 o'clock, Arsenal, Real Madrid. Tomorrow, Barcelona and Dortmund, and PSG and Aston Villa.
Let's go Aston Villa. Come on. Club that's never won anything big. Arsenal and Real today.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best matchup. That's the best matchup.
Yeah. Real,
for sure.
They're the kings of the Champions League, right? They just always win it?
They always win it. They beat Liverpool 2 years ago, where Liverpool outshot them like 20-7, but their keeper made every save.
3 o'clock today.
Yeah, they're good.
When we get back on Masters Week, let's get stupid. Something the Masters does. Let's talk about if more places should do it. We all think the Masters is magical. Could other sports steal something from them? It's coming up.
Happy to welcome our man, Ross Tucker. Al Michaels with us, pleased as always to be joined by Eric Wood.
On the West Her Hotline is Buffalo Bills General Manager Brandon Beane.
When the players call, when the coaches call, when the insiders call, the West Her Hotline, brought to you by the West Her Automotive Group. Welcome to West Her, New York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres back in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Carolina Hurricanes. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. National championship last night, Florida over Houston, 65-63. They were down 12 at one point in the game. It's the Gators' first national championship in almost 20 years. To football, Travis Hunter to the Browns, looking more likely. Adam Schefter reporting yesterday that he, more likely than not, will be the pick at number 2. The Bills are reportedly having a corner in on a visit this week. Tom Pelissero says East Carolina corner Siobhan Revelle will meet with the Bills. He is a projected first-round pick, is coming off a torn ACL at cornerback. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Most teams don't play 5 wide receivers, on a regular basis, game day to game day. The Bills were doing that, and I just feel like they have a collection of 3s and 4s, and maybe Keon Coleman will develop I think he could take a step in his second season and become a viable 2, but they don't have a number 1 wide receiver. They try to take that chance on Amari Cooper. It didn't work out. I wonder if they'll be aggressive in the draft.
Evan Silva on the Bills and receiver. I'm reading Trey Harris's prospect profile at receptionperception.com. Big receiver who can beat press coverage down the field. It's kind of what he is. His reception perception profile, a picture of where he wins and where he still needs seasoning. Where does he win? Man coverage. He eats up man coverage like a top-level wideout, is what Matt Harmon says about Trey Harris of Ole Miss. Not really a lot there against zone, but for an X-receiver, if you wanted DK Metcalf on the outside, he's like the Metcalf profile. Not quite as impressive, but cheaper. A lot cheaper, so that's Trey Harris. So anyway, hey, good morning. It's cold. It's Tuesday. Sabres and Canes tonight.
And it's Masters Week.
Yeah.
Which is a weird combo of the weather still being like this and
I've got
very green on the TV this week.
I've got a Masters thing to get to. I do have one side question. How we made it till 9 o'clock, it's Sabres and Hurricanes, and you don't have some sort of trivia question that makes people mad that they have to answer it about the Sabres and the Canes?
Yeah, I don't know anything about these two teams ever having played before. I think this is actually the first time. I think they were the Whalers last time they played each other.
It's not in.
They actually literally were
in Carolina, so the Sabres have a chance because they've lost like 1 million in a row in Carolina.
Yeah, the Hurricanes are a team that I have already put some investment in on
the Cup?
Stanley Cup futures. They are the NHL's Bills.
Yes, they are.
Literally are. They are amazing every regular season.
And
they
don't
get to
even
the second round.
They don't even make the conference finals.
Nope. I think they've made the conference finals once.
Okay.
But they've made the second round like every year, and that's where they top out. Since Brind'Amour has been their head coach. Brind'Amour is like the Sean McDermott of the NHL as a coach. So, yeah. You want something with Mike Commodore in the answer?
I don't know.
You really want to think back on Chad LaRose?
I would have expected that from you. Yes.
It's just gross.
The correct answer is Doug Waite. Like, oh, great. Thanks. Thanks for that. The correct answer
is... Name the defenseman that played in Game 7. You should be able to do that.
Ludman was not hurt.
No, him and
Campbell was not hurt.
They played like 40 minutes that night.
Janik, Paige.
Janik scored in Game 7.
Fitzpatrick,
who did something worse.
I'm missing one.
You're missing one.
Ooh, man.
You got the number?
Sure.
34. I'm going off memory on that. I'm
Jeff
90%
Gilson.
sure. Jeff Gilson was in the lineup
Jeff Gilson.
that night as well. You'll remember that series better than I will at this point. It is...
Game 1, they
but...
win down there. Game 2 is forgettable. In Game 1...
Game 2, they lose 3-4, 4-3.
I think Jay McKee scores in Game 1
That's
the
the
way.
game-winning goal, I think.
Yeah. Because they go up maybe 3-0 and win 3-2. He didn't score it from a tie. I think whatever, you can check this. Game 3 is the peak moment in Sabres' existence for me. They win against Carolina. They look great, and then Tolinder gets hurt, and you realize they're going to lose the series because Tolinder's hurt. They get shut out in Game 4 here with Martin Gerber in net.
Yeah.
They go to Game 5. They have a 2-goal lead and lose in Carolina. I'm at that game.
Mm-hmm.
Good times. Game 6, they come back here, and it's one of the great overtime wins in franchise history, but it gets erased because they lost Game 7. So, did I recap it all right?
You did pretty well. I'm looking at some of the stats from that series. Campbell and Ludman played more than 30 minutes more in that series than any other Sabre. Like, they played because they were the defensemen that were in the whole series, and they had to play the whole thing. Who led that series in scoring?
For the Sabres?
Either team.
Who
led the series in scoring points?
Afinogenov.
No.
I feel like that you'd ask that for that reason.
Max kind of let him down. Afinogenov, who led that Sabre team in scoring during the regular season. Think about that. Most beloved Sabre team in history. Who led them in scoring? That guy. He only had 2 assists in that whole series. Choked in the biggest moment. I'll say it. No. Same number, though.
Okay, so 61 for Carolina?
Mm-hmm. Led the series in scoring.
Hold on. I'm going to get this.
He had 10 points.
I'm going to get this. Not Stillman.
Yep.
Corey Stillman?
Corey Stillman.
Oh.
My next hint was going to be that his son played for the Sabres. I don't know if Riley Stillman? I don't remember. Why are we doing this? We're going back to this series?
I'm just saying I was expecting you to do something like that.
I hate that series.
My wife was at...
It's my worst sports memory of my life.
My wife was at Game 5, and I was at Game 5. And it was, 2007?
Yeah, May 28th, 2006.
So 2006. It's a solid 8 years before we met. We were at that game, both.
In Carolina?
In Carolina. She was at
They won in overtime?
They lost in overtime.
I meant Carolina.
They had a 3-1 lead, and they lost in overtime. Ludman scored on a breakaway.
Yeah, that's right.
Ludman scored on a breakaway.
What the hell? That happened out of the box?
Try to find a vibe any higher than you're on the road in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And did he score? Right?
He scored on a breakaway, 1:55 into the second to go up 3-1.
Yeah. I dare you to try to find a time in my life where I felt better about the Sabres than Tony Ludman scoring a breakaway in Game 5 for a 2-goal lead on the road.
Series was tied at 2. You're going back home the next game.
Right.
What are you doing to me? Can't just Gerber and you know what happened? Gerber got pulled right after that goal.
They both got pulled a million times in that series, and then Cam Ward won the Conn Smythe.
It's very much like their last playoff series, where the Flyers pulled their goalie every single game, basically the whole series.
Speaking of Cam Ward, here's how you know how far that series is from my pain registration index.
Yeah.
The first pick of the draft's name is Cam Ward.
See, we're different.
I didn't really think about that until 2 days ago.
Oh, no, I think about it. I think about it all the time. Like, I'm not... It doesn't bleed into my hate for him individually, but almost every time I see his name, I think about Cam Ward of the Hurricanes and how much I loathe every member of that team, and how every time that banner gets showed on television, it makes my skin crawl that it exists.
The only thing
I'm still not 100% comfortable that a guy from that team is running the Sabres.
That's there too.
Like, I try to separate that from... he's from Buffalo. Kevin M's from Buffalo, and he's more Buffalo than Carolina, sure. But pictures of him holding the cup
with the first
don't look great to me.
With the first pick in the draft, the Titans select Cam Ward. Boo! With the second pick in the draft, the Browns select 13 seconds. Boo!
I thought you were just going to start reading off like
I'm naming a guy 13 seconds.
Justin Williams. The second pick.
With the third pick in the draft,
Eric Stahl playing for the Sabres. He's disgusting.
The third pick in the draft is Daniel Alfredson.
Who let that happen? And the answer is someone who's on the team. Him wearing that jersey is
Eric Stahl.
It's so offensive that happened.
That Eric Stahl came and
yes, he wore the Sabre jersey,
and he kind of and he kind of quit, and then went somewhere else and played fine. Anyway,
did he quit?
Kinda.
He was so bad.
He was
at that point anyway. All
right, I have
Matt Cullen. Brett Hedican.
They were missing.
I got to close this page.
They were missing Eric Cole for the entire playoffs until Game 6 of the finals.
I was going to say I don't have Eric Cole in the series.
He wasn't in the series. He was hurt.
Okay.
Yes. Anyway, I have a Masters comment / question for you.
Very good. I'm closing this.
Ready?
Yeah. What do we got?
Should other sporting events borrow this, steal this from the Masters? No phones.
No phones.
No phones. You're
not allowed to have your phone at
You are
Augusta.
not allowed to have it on you.
Yeah.
If you are caught with your phone, you're
life ban.
You're kicked out.
You're right. You're at least kicked out.
No phones.
Mm-hmm. You want this for what? You want this for other sporting events?
I'm just asking, where else would it be better with no phones? Isn't the answer everywhere? Wouldn't every game be better if we were just not on our phones?
Can I have it at the arena still?
No. Fine. You can have it.
I think I might need it at the arena.
Remember the phone lockers you wanted for your wedding?
Yeah. But that's different. That's different. Like what you're coming to at the wedding, you know you're going to get what you're coming for. You're coming for the wedding. You're going to get the wedding. Bills games, for instance, I don't need my phone. The atmosphere is unbelievable, and Mr. Brightside, and they're always winning, and they're always great.
The point is,
for the library downtown, I might need it.
It's a library in part,
although it hasn't been for the last 2 months.
Because of phones.
That's why?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
It's because they've stunk.
That's another part of it. If you didn't have phones, listen.
No.
This is constantly the point to be made about the Premier League and all these soccer games. They have their phones. What don't they have in the Premier League? Beer in the stands. And when you don't have, when you have less to do, and you're just sitting there, I might as well watch this. You know what you end up doing? Singing songs.
Yeah, but that's not happening.
They write songs because they're bored. Because they can't drink beer.
There's way more on why that happens.
If you wanted a better atmosphere at every sporting event you could possibly go to, get rid of phones.
You guys remember a few weeks ago when I sat for the entirety of that Sabres-Sharks game?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't go on my phone very much at all in that game somehow. Now that I think back to it, I wasn't on it all that much.
That's rare, though.
It's rare,
it's even more rare that a person sits in a seat from start to finish and doesn't leave once.
Right,
I'm going again next Tuesday.
You're going to do it again?
You were in
I'll
a
do it
mood
again.
that day or something. I'm good on this with most instances. I'm just saying if the team is bad, I should be allowed to have my phone. So for the last 2 months, I wouldn't have needed it because they've been winning every night they play at KeyBank Center recently. But for 11 years, that is not why the building is quiet.
It's a part of it. It's a part of why every sporting event pumps in noise because what are they doing now?
How loud was the building in 2003?
They need to grow. Well, not everybody had a phone.
That's what I mean. The building was probably the same. No, they were terrible in 2003, and I bet the building was about as quiet as it was.
Part of the reason they're constantly blaring music at you and saying, look up here, is because you're looking at your phone. Pay attention to us. It would just be better. I'm not telling you that everybody has to do it every game. If they had a phone-free night, November next year, here goes Sabres, there's your next idea. No phone game. Come on. Buck up. Let's go.
What do you expect to happen?
I expect people to be more engaged in the game. 100%.
But you can't be if the game's not going well. That actually go back against them.
You'll get boos, or you'll get more "Let's go Buffalo" chants, or you'll get you're going
to get the wave. Is what you're going to get.
You might get the wave.
You're going to get the wave for 3 hours.
What is the wave? Fan engagement.
But the wave happens, right? The wave does happen.
Sometimes it would happen more.
Usually it's started by a guy that's not on his phone. The big guy that stands up and goes 1, 2, 3. He's never on his phone.
Here's a question: How often are phones out for Bandits games?
Probably a lot.
That's a lot of fan engagement at those things.
It would be even better without phones. You can't make the case that phones are improving fan engagement.
No, I wouldn't say that. I just think it should be. I think it should be allowed.
It is allowed
if the team
is bad. Okay, so quickly on that.
But if the Bills said, I think most people would probably not like this. But if the Bills said next year we want to encourage fans to not take their phones out for the entire game, I would support that.
I don't want
it's a different type of atmosphere.
Stop.
It's a different type of everything.
Not encouraged not to get out your phone. It's not allowed today. Masters participants are not, or patrons. It's not. We encourage you to stay off your phone. It's if you take it out, you're getting out of here.
You're kicked out.
And what do the people at that tournament do? You know what else they do? They kick out the guy that yells, "Get in the hole." The Masters has Yeah,
that's not allowed.
You don't do that.
I mean, I know lots of things aren't allowed.
You're not yelling.
You can't yell in the hole.
You're not yelling mashed potatoes at the Masters.
You can't yell anything.
No.
Wow. That I did not know.
Wasn't there a list of banned phrases?
There is that. I just didn't think "in the hole" was one of them.
I got a Yahoo Sports article. Okay, 2018, the full list of banned phrases at the Masters in a given year. Dilly dilly was one of them for a little while there. You could not yell it. Dilly
That's
dilly,
very
baba
outdated
booey,
at this
mashed
point.
potatoes, you to man.
You to man?
Sweep the leg. To infinity and beyond.
How serious are they taking
Jimmy,
it?
I don't know.
If my buddy that I go to the Masters with buys me a pimento cheese sandwich, and as he hands it to me, I'm like, "You demand." Somebody's gonna come. You can't kick me out.
You can't yell it at the golfers.
Okay,
you can say it to each other.
Okay, that's
my
answer.
They're not policing.
That's my answer.
I just told him he was the man because he got me a pimento cheese sandwich.
You're out of here.
They're not eliminating the First Amendment here.
The running is also banned, right?
Yeah, okay. So in 2018, security staff at Augusta National had been handed a sheet of sayings that are prohibited. So patrons who shout them will be removed immediately. So there's going to be more of that. Don't yell dumb stuff. Don't get on your phone.
If I yell Josh Allen, is that going to end up on the banned phrases list?
Yes.
See, listen, if someone wants to get some extra bulletin board material for the Bills and Josh Allen this year, some Bills fans should go to Augusta, yell Josh Allen after one of the drives, and then see it come up on the banned list, so that next year the Bills can go, guys, Augusta.
They hate Josh.
They hate Josh Allen.
Are you familiar with the show I Think You Should Leave? On Netflix? You guys are not watching it? I mean, Owen's on it.
No.
No? Man, let me tell you. Well, you're thinking about the phones. I should be allowed to be on my phone if the team is bad. Is reminiscent of a sketch he's got. He's got a talk show, debate show guy. And whenever I start losing, I pull out my phone. People have seen the show know what it is. You should watch that skit. Anyway, you're saying I should no phones allowed until the Sabres go down 3, and then, all right, folks,
there you go.
can get your phones out.
There you go.
All right, fine.
Like little lockers, almost you do some arena work. Put a little locker, the phone-sized locker, in the back of every seat. When you get to your seat, you got to put the phone in the locker, and then they lock it. And it doesn't get unlocked unless, if the Sabres go down 3, then, all right, green light, you can open the door and you can take your phone out.
All I'm saying is we should bring back the era of sports where they make an announcement on the PA, Joe DiBiase, please come to guest services. You have a phone call. That's what used to happen in the 70s. You had a phone call.
Uh-huh. But they would announce it in the arena?
Yeah.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes.
In front of everybody?
Before people had cell phones, they would just make an announcement that somebody's
in the arena?
Yes.
Oh, wait. Come on.
If it was an emergency, that is exactly what happened.
Although,
someone listening right now got called out of their seat from the odd for a phone call. I'm just saying it. Somebody listening had to have that happen.
Over the PA?
Yes. How else would you communicate? There used to be a time where we could not just send messages to each other's pockets.
It's crazy times.
Yeah.
You know, okay, you're right, though, because I'm thinking of a Seinfeld reference. Who is Elaine's boyfriend who has the same name as a serial killer?
Yes.
And then it gets announced at the Giants game. Like, you have, I think what you're saying.
Yes.
Whatever the name is, you have a phone call.
Yes.
And everybody looks over at it because it's the name of some serial killer.
Yeah, that's the...
Okay.
They used to make it... He was a doctor, right?
That might have been a different one.
I don't know. Joe in North Carolina. Hey, Joe.
Hey, guys. I was actually at the Masters yesterday, and I can say that the no phones thing just creates a whole nother world. It's like it's almost like a utopia being there, just living in the moment, taking in the sights and sounds of everything. So I would be an advocate for that at any sporting event. And also I saw no one was running, but they definitely mentioned multiple times, no, just fast walking only. And also I saw someone with a backwards hat get talked to, said they had to flip that around. And a lady was laying down on the grass, and they told her she couldn't do that either. So they've got some very strict policies there.
Yeah.
But it's really cool to see, and would recommend it to anybody.
Thanks, Joe. I mean, I'd like to go. I got to win that lottery. John Pulka, who joined us earlier today from the Bills, VP of Stadium Development, he's been twice, he told me.
To Augusta?
I forgot to ask him about it. Next question, Joe. Obviously, I know you might not have the answer. Joe, North Carolina, you might not have the answer. How does Augusta feel about hats where the logo's upside down?
Oh, I bet they hate it. Although they're allowing hoodies now, so maybe they're a little bit more flexible on what you're wearing.
So, all right, speaking of John, he just texted me about the no phone policy. Aside from trying to meet with people on the course, no phone policy at Augusta absolutely creates the best possible experience for a sporting event. That was a comment our entire group took away. Enjoyed the experience and the conversation so much more because we don't have our phones. Now, you have to make a plan. What if we get separated? There are courtesy phones. You could go and use a courtesy phone, but
what is, on the course is Jeremy being paid by Big Payphone right now? Like, what has happened? Like, we're trying to bring payphones back to the stadium.
I'm just telling you, I appreciate this. I am as addicted to my phone as anybody. I even got this app and this device called a Brick to try and get me off it a little bit more, which is great. And when I remember to use it, it's great. But a sporting event where no one had phones would be awesome. I'd love it. Let's go. Let's do it.
Now, the things you might need them for, though, of course, is fantasy and betting.
What are we going to do without being able to
that.
live bet a game?
Also, when we are not told why a replay review is happening and we need to go check Twitter to see what just happened.
Yes.
Because that happens every night.
Yes, I need someone that's watching the game at home to tell me what Gene Steratore is saying about the game that I'm at.
The replacement for that would be like if the back of your seat had a little television screen on it, like they have at the gas stations now, and every time that there is a review, I get Gene Steratore. Like I get my personal Gene, like ref cam. On every seat.
David emails in, I was at a Buffalo Braves game in the early 70s. The PA announcer came on to announce so-and-so, please go to your car. It's on fire. Nowadays, your car would notify you via your phone, hey, your car's on fire.
I have an app.
It would just be an app. See, we've lost the we've lost the romanticism of an entire arena of people being told that a vehicle's on fire.
It kind of blows my mind. I guess it makes sense why it would be this way that it wouldn't happen during the game, right? They'd wait till
during play. Yeah, I think they'd wait for a stoppage.
They'd wait for a stoppage, and then there'd be a face-off, and it'd be an announcement that you have a phone call or that your car's on fire.
Yep.
Wild times.
Yeah. Paging story from a game. All right, Phil and Elma quickly before the break. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Jeremy. You may remember this. You're about the same age as I am, and we used to go to all the games in the 05-06 era. There was a man that was paged during a stoppage of play by the Sabres PA announcer. Please report to guest services. Your wife is in labor. The crowd went berserk.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I do. I think I do. Thanks,
The crowd
Phil.
went nuts like the Sabres scored a goal.
Yeah. What an announcement.
That's pretty cool.
You're at, again, right?
Would they make an announcement today?
No, you have a phone.
No, but if somebody called... I mean, people that work for the Sabres or anyone,
like his
the
phone
Bills wouldn't know what to do. Like the process doesn't exist anymore.
That's
but
a good
if I called the arena tonight
and said
said I've got to get a hold of whatever,
so his wife's in labor, his phone must be dead.
Yeah, there's no way they would announce it tonight, right?
I don't know.
There's no way. Because what I'm saying is the people that work there don't know a life where this is true. Where things were getting announced like that. You get handed the PA announcer gets slipped a piece of paper. You need to announce that this guy has a call. Isn't he going, this is an April Fool's joke, right?
Right.
That thing's not making it over the speaker. Maybe we should try it. Tonight.
You have to sponsor it.
You'd have to sponsor it?
Yes.
This is a test.
This
announcement
of a birth is
I'm not
brought to you
encouraging
someone to do this, by the way. But if you called the arena tonight, would they announce it? I need to get a hold of blank.
No.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
803-0550. No phones. There you go. Free idea. No phone game, Sabres. Let's do that one.
Yeah.
People would hate agreeing to that. People get so mad at concerts when they say no phones. They get so mad.
At our wedding, we did not take away phones. We did have an announcement, though, that we encourage, like, take your phones out now and take pictures and then put them away.
Yeah.
Like, you got a minute here, and then that's it. But we didn't, like, lock them in lockers. There are a lot of comedians that do that now, too. Actually, maybe it's even most comedians are like, you're putting your phone in a locker.
I remember.
Or you're not coming in here.
What concert did I see that did that? Was it Jack White did maybe the Yonder bags?
Like,
Jack
you don't,
White,
you don't get in?
You get a bag and you get to keep your phone, but it's locked in a bag and you cannot get it out until you leave.
Wow, okay.
So they don't check it. It's still on your person in a bag. Some people get so mad. Like, they're so upset by that policy. Anyway, I'd try it for a night. 803-0550, Masters Week here on WGR. We'll talk with Brian Koziel coming up tomorrow. Also tomorrow, Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast. Brian on Thursday and Friday. Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast tomorrow. And Matt Waldman, Rookie Scouting Portfolio, who does tons of write-ups on receivers, running backs, tight ends, quarterbacks. So if you're looking for your rookie dynasty draft stuff, all the spots you're going to be snagging, tomorrow at 9 for Matt Waldman, who is one of the best. 803-0550 on WGR.
Text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Myers cruises in his own zone. Leaves it back there to Butler. 32 seconds to go in regulation. The fans are rocking and rolling here at HSBC Arena.
Both teams want the tie. Look at the forecheck.
They're doing us a favor. Myers just hanging on to the puck. He says, come and get me, come and get me. And nobody wants to. Now Hartnell does, and Myers dumps it off into the corner. 10 seconds to go. Pominville's got it at center. Yo, Stanley Cup playoffs. Here come the Buffalo Sabres.
14 years ago today, Crossing Swords tweeting that out. Sabres hold the puck in their own zone for the final 30 seconds of a 3-3 tie to lock up the regulation tie point. Mm-hmm. And then they would win it in overtime and go on to the playoffs to face the Flyers.
What a night at the arena, too.
Yep.
Fan appreciation night. They're wearing white at home, if you notice that in the video. Everyone was back.
Yep.
Gerby scores a spinorama goal to tie it in the third. And then Vanek chips it by a guy, scores on a breakaway to win it. Plus that. The guy that is, if you watch the video, the Flyer that is not forechecking for the final 30 seconds, staring at Myers with the puck, is Briere.
Yeah. I'm going to watch the Vanek overtime
until Hartnell decides to jump in there.
Yeah, that's right. This is one of the Vanek overtime winner. It's 4-on-4 overtime at that point, not 3-on-3. And yeah, he chips it around the defender like a soccer player would.
Kind of, yeah.
Like a through ball to yourself where you play it around the defender on one side and beat him to the puck. Vanek, of course, was not known as the fastest guy, but every once in a while he would just be like...
You could hit
and
here.
He did right there to win it, and an incredible moment. Listen, we do this all the time, but every once in a while, you know what's really fun to do is remember Thomas Vanek. Just that's it. He was the best.
He was great.
He was awesome. And he got hurt in the playoffs, and, he was the best. So anyway, shout out Thomas Vanek, who works for the Sharks.
Yeah, he's their Minnesota scout.
Okay.
At the moment.
All right.
His Hockey Reference nickname is Teen Wolf. Had you ever heard that before?
Vanek's name is Teen Wolf?
Teen Wolf.
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Just checking. I see it on. It's on there in parentheses. Thomas Vanek, parentheses, Teen Wolf.
Have you ever seen Teen Wolf?
Never. I know it exists, but...
It's not bad.
2 40-goal seasons for Vanek. That team, that game, the guy holding the puck is the only active player left, by the way. It's just Myers. That's it.
Nobody else is active in the sport.
No. They're Briere's a GM.
Right.
Greer's a GM. You have more GMs in that game than you have active NHL players anymore.
Yeah. Rory McIlroy says his elbow is a non-issue heading into Augusta. We're getting some media stuff, some press stuff from Augusta. He had said last week he had a bit of an elbow problem, had been bothering him, but he says elbow's good. Got a little treatment last week. It's all good.
Okay.
Rory winning is by far the best, the most significant story.
I think it will be for every major he plays in until he wins.
But this one is different.
Because he hasn't won it before.
Yes.
I don't know. That is definitely a big story. The career Grand Slam. To me, though, it's more about just breaking your own drought. You have gone he's gone 14 years without winning a major.
It's a long time.
And he's been amazing the whole time. I think almost any major he wins will be the same level of story. It's Rory finally won again.
I think that this is the only one. The others are big. Breaking his drought is big.
Because what's bigger for him? Breaking the career Grand Slam or getting one more in his career?
The career Grand Slam is bigger. The Masters is bigger.
Man, because if he doesn't I guess you're doing both things if he does win the Masters.
Well, I mean, put it this way. What would be better for him? 1 Masters or 2 more majors that are not the Masters? 1 Masters is better.
Yes, I guess I'm approaching it the other way. What's worse for him? What's worse for him? Not doing the career Grand Slam or never winning another major? Because if he never wins another major, that's going to be... You want to talk about ring culture and legacy. He will be mocked till the end of time for being so good for so long and not winning.
Yeah. Kind of can't separate those two because the Masters...
Right, because it does both things.
But have you seen... There's a famous joke going around that Mickelson trolled Rory with or asked Rory. Champions dinner is tonight. So the champions, you got a green jacket. Right. Tonight's your dinner. Tonight's where you're going to eat the Scotty Scheffler in honor of Scotty Scheffler. And Mickelson apparently is one of the guys that likes to say, like, what are you doing for dinner tonight, Rory?
Yeah.
And he doesn't appreciate that too much because...
Yeah, they have an icy relationship, I think.
Probably. I mean...
They have had.
Mr. Live and Mr. Tour, among other things.
Right.
I mean, everybody hated Phil on some level, or grew to hate Phil.
But they were the
time.
faces of either side.
For sure. But for Rory to get a green jacket, like that would be... It's the only thing he's left to do. I wonder if you could ask him, what would be more meaningful to you, 1 Masters or 2 Open championships? He might say the Open.
He might say the Masters, though.
But to win the thing you haven't won. And his choke on that. So his choke, people remember his U.S. Open against Bryson, where he missed a couple of close putts. In 2011, McIlroy held the lead going into the final round.
At Augusta?
At Augusta.
Yeah.
He was a 54-hole leader. He shot 37 on the front. That's not great.
No.
Still had the lead with 9 holes to play. He tripled 10.
I remember that. He put in the water twice.
He 4-putted 12, and he shot an 80.
43 on the back?
Yes.
And he finished, I'm looking at his results by major and by year. He finished 15th in that Masters.
10 strokes back.
And he had the lead going into the back 9.
9 holes to play, he finished 10 strokes back.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
That is tough.
Yeah, but that is so long ago, right? That's before any of his majors. He won the next major. He won the next U.S. Open, which was the next major after that.
Yeah.
So he got rid of that. This will be interesting because recent memory of Rory, before it was just, you just haven't won in a long time. That's it. A lot of his not winning was he was bad early. That he would have a poor Thursday or a Friday, and he'd have the best score on Sunday.
He does that a lot.
But he was 10 strokes back, so he ends up finishing 4th, and he's 4 shots back. Whereas this was different. Last year is you had the lead, you had 2 putts within 5 feet on the back 9 and missed them both. And that's fresh in people's minds. So it would be a great story even more on top of the drought he has and not winning a Masters, completing the Grand Slam, to kind of answer the bell right after it. Like, I know there's been a major or 2 since then, but there's been 1 major since then. That's it. To kind of answer the bell with, I choked last year, and bam, here it is. I got mine.
That 2011 Masters meltdown in the back for Rory, it's worth pointing out he was 21.
21.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was 24 the last time he won.
Yeah.
And he's 30.
I mean, I root for him. I root for him every time, and I hope he wins. Who would be my second choice to win?
He missed the cut, by the way, the last major he played. Someone just messaged in. So he choked at the U.S. Open, and then he missed the cut at the Open. So, and he's got an elbow thing?
Yep.
All right.
You know who'd be a good winner here? Koepka? I came around on him.
Brooks Koepka?
Yeah. No, the other. No.
I mean, there is another Koepka.
There is.
No.
I don't think he's qualified.
I have. I don't know.
Oberg? Let's go through some.
Yeah. Oberg would be cool because that's a young guy that's going to be a star and is getting into that already.
You want Cantlay? You want Bryson?
No, I don't want Cantlay.
Jason Day?
I've come to like Bryson a little bit more, so Bryson would be cool.
I'll give you another name that'd be great. He's never won a major, and I've bet him a million times. Tony Finau winning would be great. Tony Finau, you talk to anybody in and around the tour, and Tony Finau is a great human being who's a heck of a golfer and does not have as many wins as maybe he should, and he doesn't have a major. So Tony Finau.
Okay.
Tommy Fleetwood.
Fleetwood, who's never won on the PGA at all. let alone a major.
Did you catch the end of
Fowler is Fowler even playing this weekend? Actually, he's not. He's not what he once was. He to me is always
Fowler
my next answer.
Is not in the
he's
field.
not even in the field.
Not in the field.
Not even worth bringing up.
Get a couple more names here. Then I want to go back to the Valero. Remind me to do the Valero. Hovland.
What is Scheffler for this?
Scheffler's won it twice.
That's what I mean. Like
if he wins it again,
that is more like chasing historic type of precedent and seeing greatness.
Yeah, Jack has 6, Tiger has 5, Palmer has 4.
Okay, and Scheffler is 2.
Yeah, Mickelson has 3, Gary Player has 3, Nick Faldo has 3. Did you catch the Valero last week? The end of the Valero,
very little.
The end of the Valero. Brian Harmon wins. He shot 3 over and won. Nobody challenged down the stretch. I think I saw he was the first guy to win shooting 3 over par in his final round since maybe in 5 years. Rahm did it a while back.
Okay.
Anyway, couple more names here.
Rahm in the field, by the way.
Rahm in the field.
What would be the best story that isn't?
That isn't Rory. The best story that isn't Rory. Morikawa.
Yeah, I like Morikawa.
He's had a great.
Bodies are good.
He's had a great year.
What's the one I like here?
Schauffele.
What about
JJ Spawn redemption from the players?
Is Spieth a good story?
It would be great if Jordan Spieth became
good in so long.
Became great again instead of being just known for being absolutely chaotic.
Yeah,
because that's what he is.
Right. I mean,
Spieth.
Nothing touches though.
You should be able to get prop bets on Spieth where it's will he hit one out of the stands? Will he hit one left-handed?
I saw a picture of someone last week at the Valero was Spieth get fresh into a Masters form as he is standing on like a sewer grate, basically, that is up in the air looking down at his golf ball that is like 5 feet below him.
It's not a Spieth round unless he gets completely prone on the ground to look underneath something to see if his ball's in there and if he can whack it like a pool cue.
Yeah.
All right. Russ in Williamsville before the break. Hey, Russ.
Just a quick funny story. I'm with my best friend. I'm in my 50s now. At the odd, the loudspeaker comes out, Russ, please call your home. Russ, please call your home. So I had to sit and kind of snug in my seat. I'm like, what happened? Is something happened with my family? Is something going on? My mom just wanted to check to see if I had a ride home.
You used to be able to call the arena to see, hold on, is Russ there?
Yeah, this is basically my mother calling and just wanted to make sure I had a ride home. I mean, just too funny, but thanks.
Yeah.
I love you guys.
Thanks, Russ. Thanks for the phone call. See how much more fun games could be if we didn't have our phones? You could just take phone calls. Think how much fun we could have. Attention, fans. Josh Schmidt. That's Josh. Please call home. They're looking for the other set of keys. It's something so... Did you remember to take the trash out? Yes! Okay. Just conversations with the PA. Just do that. All right. Extendo Sports coming up. The Masters.
Stay tuned following Jeremy
Extendo Sports.
Gabe Davis changing his number in Jacksonville back to 13.
Off of 0, huh?
Off of 0. He's done.
Meanwhile, Jahmyr Gibbs just went 0.
Mm-hmm.
Is that who it was? A couple other guys went 0s.
I am waiting on Gibbs. Sounds right. We're gonna get a Christian Benford number change. I've been hot.
Yeah, 47's not very good.
See, I don't know though if it has any like special meaning to him that'll keep it there forever.
You're a 6th-round pick. You probably didn't choose 47.
Usually, I would think
let's get him a proper number.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. I do think his number prevents him from being a bigger star or name in the league. Just hard to take seriously. This guy who wears number 47 is one of the best corners in football. So I don't know.
No.
They're eating pimento cheese sandwiches on ESPN right now.
Can somebody make us those?
Pimento cheese sandwiches? It's probably very
Oh, look,
easy.
the egg salad. It's untouched. Who's shocked? Gross.
I go to a buddy of mine has a party for the Masters every year, and he gets the big box of all the food. And I will speak from experience that if you are late to that party, you will only have egg salad available to you. The pimento cheese goes quick.
Looks like I'm going hungry.
Also, the chocolate chip cookies are really good.
Yeah, that's good. Well,
I can't believe you got me down this rabbit hole of this series from 06. Didn't plan on doing that today. Watching Game 2 highlights. Vanek scored in Game 2 and then didn't play again in the series. Eastern Conference Finals.
The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up. We're back tomorrow. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. We'll get Paul on, recap the Sabres and Canes. Matt Waldman, rookie scouting portfolio as well tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So enjoy your day. Stay warm.